So let's get this thing opened up now. And of course, inside of one box, there will be another box that you have to open. So let's get this unboxed now. Directly in front of us right now, we have the Kimamoto Ultimate Light Kit for the Club Car Precedent. And we already have a kit on the cart right now, but it is not working properly. So we are going to go ahead and install this kit instead and see if we can get this working the whole entire way. So we have everything in here that we need to go ahead and install a light kit on the Club Car Precedent. All we have to do is get out there and get it done, and there is a horn. So my horn doesn't work right now, and my blinkers don't work right now. But here is everything in the kit. We already have a brake switch like this. This is the LED headlight portion of the kit here. This is part of the stock controls. And this is also a stock thing right here. So yeah, we're gonna be installing this guy and removing a lot of the other kit, if not all of it, to see if we can get our blinkers working again. And our taillights don't work either, I don't think, but we gotta check that. Definitely our horn doesn't work anymore and our blinkers don't work anymore. Our headlights do work, but we gotta get this thing out and installed on the Club Car Precedent, so let's do that. All right, we are back out here in the garage at Supercar Street Racing, and this is a day I've actually been dreading. We have the golf cart ready to get torn apart to fix the lights, but we want to thank Kimamoto who provided this light kit here for us to go ahead and repair the golf cart. The blinkers do not work at all, and some of the lights on the front here on the kit are flashing and blinking. Don't know what's going on with the blinkers, or not sure if the control box has died or what, but as you can see, we are ready to start working. We have the correct star bit on our drill here to pull off this dashboard, and we should be able to pull it out enough to work. It is kind of a pain, but we do have to replace this stock, this little wire protector, and then rewire the lights in. Hopefully, we can use the same taillights. I do not want to get into that mess of redoing the taillights because they do work. The brake lights work as well, but the blinkers do not work. So I'm thinking maybe the control box died. So we know one thing, when we do have the switch on, the lights only work when the switch is on, so it is wired to ignition somehow. Once we get this dash out, we'll be able to see exactly what I did, and we can just unhook this kit and hook the kit up that we just got. So it's a lot of work. We're gonna have to get going pretty soon. So let's get busy, let's get to work, and let's get this dash off. Okay. There are 4 bolts here. I'm gonna try to put these somewhere where I don't lose them. I don't have any more of these, so I'm gonna grab a plastic bag to put these in, or a Tupperware container. Got a nice Tupperware container here now. This should just lift right out, no problem. And this just does come off as well. This is where the wiring goes. This pops off for the stock. Just like that. This pops right off. There's the wiring underneath. We have all new of that. Basically, this just comes right off now, this top ring. And now this thing is kind of hard to get off. It kind of sucks. This is why I didn't want to do this. It fits up underneath this lip and over the carpet. Getting out is not fun. I always think it's gonna break. And that is it. That's how you remove the dash panel. Now you guys can see inside the dash, I did do a nice wiring terminal right there for anything 12 volts. If we needed to add anything, all we have to do is just basically go right to that double terminal set right there. I got ground and hot. So what we're gonna do now is we gotta get this old kit out and watch closely where it is wired to. The wiring is right here. Yeah, okay, so I didn't use the emergency flashers. Okay, I just tested everything using the new switch. It all works fine. We are going to attempt to remove this headlight. Looks like 2 bolts and 2 nuts on the bottom holding it on. Okay, on this side, all we have to do now is get this dash back together and then go ahead and build the stock. Of course, the camera keeps overheating, which is par for the course, but I have everything going back together now. Stock's gonna go back on. So I push the wires through there, the connectors, and then just goes on like this. It looks like you have to loosen this side some more. So they give you very long screws, and you just put the other screw in like that and tighten it back down. There's little clamps that go over your steering column, so you just want to make them even. Same tightness on both sides. Make sure you tighten it good because this will move when you go to grab the blinker. But it is plastic, so don't strip it out. Okay, I got my new wiring cover here. Just goes on the bottom of your steering column and covers up all the wires. There. Guys, I wanted to take a minute and thank our sponsors for today's video. Now we have 2 sponsors on the side, besides from the main sponsor that provided for the actual video. But today we are also sponsored by Enviroscent here. And Enviroscent was so kind to send us one of their safe scents. And they did send us lemon leaf and thyme. And you can see right here, it's pretty cool. So this is the thing that plugs into the wall. They give you this with the package. You take the scent out of this thing. They give you a little can for it. And then this just slides directly into the Enviroscent. It does have arrows to show you which way, and it should just slide right in like that. And then it just plugs right into the wall. It gives you 45 days of freshness. Now Enviroscent is safe for you and your pets. Everything in the Enviroscent is liquid free and non-toxic. And this is made for medium-sized spaces and guaranteed not to overwhelm your home with scent. So if you're planet conscious, this is perfect for you because that is the approach that Enviroscent does take with all their products. Right here on the front page, you can see they have 5 different scents available, and this one is the lemon, leaf, and thyme. We're gonna go ahead and plug that in Supercar Street Racing Compound and see how it smells. Now they did include a card, and it does have 6 different scents that you can choose from. Pineapple coconut, sea salt aloe, lavender tea and honey, spring water lotus, rainwater bamboo, lemon leaf and thyme, and pineapple and coconut. And please be sure to buy from the link in the description and leave them a nice review on Amazon. Tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you. We'd also like to welcome The Good Stuff Rug Tape to the channel as a sponsor. Now this stuff is double-sided, heavy duty, and it is completely residue free when you use it. This roll here is 2 inches wide by 10 yards. And checking out here on the Amazon page, you can get 10 yards, 30 yards, or 100 yards, all by 2 inches. So it's a well-known fact that a lot of people are injured every year because their rugs do slip out from underneath them. It says right here, over 40,000 people are injured because of that. So this stuff is super easy to install and reposition. It's got an easy tear backing and a no-slip rug gripper tape. You can effortlessly tear it to any desired length. And on any type of carpet or rug, this stuff is designed to last. This stuff is highly rated and highly trusted by all the customers, so you can trust it too. I'm gonna leave a link down in the description for the Extreme Strength Rug Tape. Please support our sponsor by going down in the description and buying yours there. This little cover just goes right on top of here. It's got 4 screws. All right guys, we're back out here with the golf cart. Now we didn't show you a lot of the install process. We did get the Kimimoto kit installed. It is not that difficult. All you have to do is follow the diagrams in the instructions and you can get this installed. We did go ahead and replace all the wiring in the golf cart after all, but the camera kept overheating, so we did not get good shots of that. We have just shots of the front being replaced. And then of course we did go ahead and put the new stock mount on here. We did not use the switch that mounts on the dash, but you can see right here our lights do work fine. We do have good headlights. And if we look at the blinkers, we have a blinker right there, and we have a blinker right there, and a blinker right there, and the other one does work as well. We kept our old taillights because they are smoked. There are plenty of videos to install this kit online, so I'm not making a video of front to back install. It is not difficult. You can see right here the new stock. We do have a brake light now. The brake pad goes right over your old existing brake pedal. And of course we have a horn installed as well. And so that is the Kimimoto kit. Look at the lights for now. We're done in here. We just got to clean up. All right guys, we are out here on the golf cart. Give you a little bit of a sense of what the lights are like. So that's what they look like at night. Pretty good. We're moving. I'm going the back way. So this is the light kit at night. Does a good job of lighting up the road. All right, guys, we made it back into the Supercar Street Racing compound, and we did test the lights out. They are probably about the same as what I've had before. They're not super bright, but they're not dim. I would say they're just adequate, so I think they're fine for any golf cart. I would actually like to get a couple of lights here and here to complement those, or maybe a light bar right here pointing down, or up here pointing down at the top. So we'll see what we can figure out, but this is gonna end the video, guys. Thank you for supporting Kimamoto. They are always generous with the channel. Please pick up their light kit. It's available on Amazon. I'll put a link in the description. As always, thank you guys for the support. We'll see you next time. Back once again in the Supercar Street Racing bathroom, and behind me we have two shoes from Puma that we're going to be taking a look at today in our unboxing and reviews, with one catch: there ain't no box. Guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing bathroom once again, and today we have an unboxing of two different types of Puma shoes with only one problem: I don't have any boxes for them. We are back once again on Supercar Street Racing, and we are here with another unboxing and review for you. And today we're bringing you two pairs of Puma shoes. Now, these Puma shoes are different in two different ways from our normal unboxing, because we don't have a box for these, as you can see. But we're still going to talk about them, try them on, and let you decide if you want to try to pick some up. Now, right behind me, we have these two pairs of Puma shoes that were purchased at Ross, and they both were around $39. So right here, you see the Puma shoes right in front of me. And on the left, we have more of a athletic lifestyle type of shoe. And on the right side, we have a more comfortable lifestyle type of shoe. Now, both of these shoe pairs were purchased at Ross. And this time I did get size 9.5, so I am curious how that's gonna fit. I usually do size 9, but I noticed some of my shoes, my toes are touching just the very end of the shoe, so this time I wanted to go 1/2 size bigger and see if I can deal with a 9.5. Also, some of the Puma shoes I have are very difficult to wear because I have bunions and flat feet. I was thinking maybe a longer size would help with my bunion issue, and maybe the shoe wouldn't be so uncomfortable, so I went with a 9.5. Now, the first shoe we're taking a look at today, and I have a few pairs of these already on the Puma shoe rack, is the Puma Suede Classic in gray. Now, the Puma Suede Classic in gray is currently available at the Puma website, and I think they're really good looking shoes. We're gonna see if they're as comfortable as my other ones, try them on, take a walk in them, look around them 100%, and then you decide if it's something you think you could get and wear. Now, like I was saying before, I paid around $40 for these at Ross. They were tagged. I did remove the tag already. And one thing about Puma shoes is they do not have an identification mark on the shoe to tell you what they are. They only have a code. Now, if we look at the code on this shoe, it is right under the tongue here, 381481-02. Now, I did look up this code online, and I did figure out that these are the Suede Classics, and they do show up as Caven in some places. That's C-A-V-E-N. Now, I have put the men's Suede Classic in black next to the gray ones, so you guys could take a look at those as well. Okay, now there are different type of Suede Classics if you go on the Puma site. So I put my black Suede Classics up here, which are a little bit different, as you can see by the logo here. And on these shoes, you can see that the Puma has a tag instead of a built-in logo. Now, also one difference between these shoes is also the way Puma is on the tongue. On the gray Suede Classic, there is an actual tag on the tongue. On the black one, there is a tag that is built in with no loop through it like this one, but you can still get your shoelaces through it. It's just not as big of a loop like that. Now we're taking a look at the side of the Suede Classics, and you can see on this one, it's just slightly different here. It has the same Puma swish thing right here. But on this one, there's also a patch of gray right here on the side, which this black one does not have. Both of the Puma shoes have the Puma logo. However, on the black Suede Classic, it's a little bit more forward than it is on the gray one. The gray one has the logo a little bit further to the back. Now, taking a look at the tongue and the lace area of these shoes, They are pretty similar to each other, except for, like I said, the tag part, but everything else is pretty similar. Now, taking a look at the back of the Suede Classics in both gray and black, and on the gray one, the swoosh does not go all the way around the back to the Puma logo. It stops kind of on the side. On the black Suede Classic, the swoosh goes all the way almost to the back and tucks underneath a silver Puma logo with no outline. On the gray, the Puma is actually in a white box here, you can see. Moving to the front differences besides the tongue area, notice here that the gray one has a leather type of stripe sewn in around the top here, around the tongue. The black one does have some sort of stripe sewn in, but it feels more like suede, and it is a different shape. This one goes all the way around to the front, and this one is cut right down here. The front of the Suede Classics are identical. There is no difference to the very front. They're exactly the same. So we just took a look at the Puma Suede Classics that were bought at Ross. Now let's move to these other mystery shoes. I have no idea what these are. Okay, sitting right in front of me are the mystery Puma athletic shoes that I purchased from Ross. Now these are also in size 9.5, as you can see by the tag that was removed from these. And inside, if we take a look, we see another 9.5 tag, and I struggled to find the label, but it is actually right in there. Now, I did search the internet over and over again for this label, but I was unable to figure out what these shoes are. Now, looking at the phone here, if you put in the number 392053-02, it keeps coming up as Axelion, so I really cannot locate these on the internet. I took a look through all of the shoes on the Puma site under running, and I could not locate these, but I think they are running shoes or CrossFit shoes of some type. Now let's take an in-depth look at these unknown mystery shoes in close-up. All right, taking a look at the side of the unknown mystery Puma shoe, you can see right here, it does have the Puma Lion logo. And then it's got a red stripe that runs right along the side here, all the way and wraps around the back. And then it has these red striped laces that are also connected to the laces on top, which is an interesting design. They're like red loops, and the shoelaces go right through them. Right in front here on the shoe, we have the black Puma logo, surrounded by mesh. And moving to the front, you can see that the underneath of the shoe kind of wraps around here to the top. Up at the top here on the tongue, we see we have the Puma name in the loop where your shoelaces go through. And then there's a black stripe right over the shoelaces running all the way down to the bottom. More importantly, these do not have an actual tongue. These look like slip-ons to me. What do you guys think? Now, I did locate the type of these sneakers. I think they're called One for Alls, but these don't look the same to me. See the differences here. These have Puma written on the back right here, and mine do not. So I still haven't located the exact type, but they do have the same lacing system with no tongue. That's similar. Now the bottom of these shoes are pretty simple, just a black kind of pattern with the Puma name on the back and two little white inserts there. All right, now that we have taken a closer look at both of these shoes that were obtained from Ross, we're gonna take them in the living room and try them on and see if they hurt my feet or not. Inside of the Supercar Street Racing living room now, and we do have our pairs of shoes right below us. The first ones we are gonna try on are the gray Suede Classics. Let's go ahead and put those on and see how they feel. Super comfortable already. Now my bunions are touching the sides a little bit, and that is normal for most shoes. Overall, they are very comfortable. I am not touching the front of them. And these are 9.5s. Now let's go for a little walk down the block and see how they feel. successful walk with the gray suede classics. I had no problems whatsoever with them. They're super comfy. Highly recommend the gray suede classics, especially if you have feet like mine and you have feet problems and you have bunions and flat feet like me. You will not have a problem with the Puma gray suede classics. I went ahead and cut the tags off of these brand new unknown shoes that have sort of a quick lace up thing on them. I'm not 100% sure what that is. Let's see if they fit me. My toe is about right there. Now I do have bunions and curved toes, and it fits really well. And so does the other one, and they are very comfortable already. Now let's take a walk with these guys and see how they feel outside. Okay, we successfully took these unknown shoes out for a nice walk, and they are very comfortable. And if any of you know what these are, please put them in the comment section down below. But for right now, let's take it out to Brad in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio and see more about both of these pairs of shoes online. Hey everybody, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. My name is Brad, and I'm so happy if this is your first time on the channel or if you're returning, we're glad to see you here again as well. And today, we are back in the 4K production studio bringing you some high quality production and taking a look at these Puma shoes. Now these did come from Ross. I got them there the other day for about $39 a pair. I try to buy as many shoes as I can from Ross because they're much cheaper there. And now we're taking a look at them online. Also though, I want to give you the option from buying through my Amazon affiliate links because you can really help me out if you do that. And looking on the screen right now, we have a lot of choices here of the men's suede classic. Let's go ahead and click on that, and it has a 4.6 star review, so not bad. Now they do come in a lot of different colors, and they are anywhere from $69 to $71, and they have all kinds of cool colors. And if I could find these over at Ross, I would own every single one of these. I tell you, I would, honestly. Now, so I picked up these, and then I picked up the other pair, which the other ones I have no idea on earth what they actually are. I looked online, and inside of the actual shoe, on the tongue or on the side, there will be a number, and that number should be Googleable, but it did not work with the one that was the more sporty looking shoe that almost looked like a basketball shoe or a running shoe. So I have no idea what kind of shoe that is. If you know, please drop it in the comments section for me, and I will put you in the comments as well, and let everybody know that you helped me out. So please take a look at these Puma Men Suede Classic shoes. And I need a favor from you. If you like Supercar Street Racing, would you please hit that subscribe button and also the bell icon so that you get notified every time we put out a new video, and we try to do it every day if we do have content. Also, another big favor that we need from you from Supercar Street Racing is we need you to buy through our affiliate links. For example, if you want to order this from Prime, you can try it before you buy it. Click through the link in the description and order any one of these colors, and it will help out the channel so greatly. It will just give me $1 or $2 here and there, and the channel does lose money. We are so grateful for your support at Supercar Street Racing. We're so glad to have you here, and we will see you next time. I have to literally go put together another shoe rack to fit my new shoes. My friends, there's a pretty big alligator on the other side over there. And you can see him chilling on the beach. Big ass alligator.
I think it might be too tough.
That's what she said.
Michael. Got him. Got him.
All right, we're out here in the garage and Joe came over and brought his battery puller, and he's trying to take the back seat off right now so we can get access to where we're gonna mount our rear speakers right here, and then figure everything else out as we go. We went to Daddy-O's, we bought some 6.5 inch speakers, 2 ways for the whole golf cart, 2 in the back, 2 in the front. And so what you're gonna see right now is Joe taking off the back seat. What's up, everybody? It's Saturday morning. Alright, so on my last video, I did pick up my SL65 again out in Virginia. Drove it back yesterday. I took a one-way rental car out to Virginia yesterday, picked up the vehicle, and drove it back to Florida. And here is the car, sitting there desperately needing brakes, wheels, and an audio system upgrade. So today, we're going to take a look at the audio system upgrade. And I've got all my tools laid out here on the bench, things I may need. One or two things I'm really worried about is running the GPS antenna, running the microphone, and also a constant 12 volt power source. I have no clue where I'm going to get that. I'm hoping I can take the factory radio off and just use my voltage tester and find constant 12 volts on the back of the radio, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So I may have to get the fuse box. I'm not sure. Radio is right here. It's my Joying Android head unit. Got all the accessories here. I've got the Scosche dash install kit. I've got the antenna adapter. I've got the Mercedes Most fiber optic adapter. The Mercedes system is fiber optic from the head unit to the amplifier. You can either replace the amplifier with an aftermarket amp, which I'm going to do later, or this system plugs into the fiber optics right there. Right there. And the other end has RCA cables, and you connect this to yellow to constant battery power. That's my one problem here that I'm worried about, is finding constant 12 volt on the car. So I don't know if it's behind the radio. The cigarette lighter is accessory power on, which that was another thing I was worried about finding, but apparently I can get it there because I tested that yesterday. So I will update you as I start taking off the dash panels. The first thing you're going to want to do is get yourself some of these dash kit tools. These are essential for not breaking the clips. See how they have claws on the end? You're going to need these for anything you do here in the any vehicle for doing audio work. So in the SL series car, that's pretty much all the cars. The procedure is going to be the same thing. First, you want to put the seats all the way back and all the way down. So as far back and as down as they will go. It'll make it easier to get the side panels off. I thought I had the seat as far back as it would go, but apparently it will go back further. No, it won't. Okay. And it's down all the way. Okay. So once the seats are back and down, you want to open these cup holders up and take off the front covers. Those are the covers right there. So I couldn't figure out how to get those off. I just pulled hard enough and finally they did come off. Then push the cup holders back in. Next step coming now. Next, take your plastic tool, pop it in there, and pull these side panels off. This is why you need this. You don't want to mark up your $200,000 interior. Pop both sides of these off. So while you're doing this, some things to remember. Have a good place to lay out your car factory pieces so you don't mess them up. These are very, very expensive pieces. If you break these little trim pieces, you don't want to know what it's going to cost you to buy replacement ones. If you like paying the Mercedes tax, though, be my guest. So online it says that you're going to need a T25. I was missing mine, so I used the next smallest. But if you look under here, there's 3 screws, supposedly. But they're not these big ones, but right next to them. I already took this one out. There's one in the center right there. And there's supposed to be a third one, but some idiot didn't put mine back, I think, right there. So you want to take those screws out. It might be helpful if you have a small screwdriver like that. I love those things. And I happened to have some Torx bits in my toolbox, which I was surprised. Lift up your center console. Take your, do not try to use anything but the real plastic dash removal kits. Pop that up there. Should pop right out. Okay, so also turn your key on, put your stick all the way to the back. Pry this up. It'll pull off easier if you pull towards you like this. So get it all the way out just like that. Now you should be able to pull up on your center console and turn it like this. There's enough wire for you to turn it, and then once that's done, you can move on to the next step. Take the 2 Torx screws out of the side of the cup holder and slide it out. Do not do what I do and let one of the screws fall in there. Now I've got to find it. I wish I would have got this on video. I was having a tough time trying to figure out how to get this command unit out. The best way I can tell you is online it says that there's 2 tabs to push down on the plastic at the bottom. I just pulled up kind of hard at an angle and pulled, and it popped right out. Then you want to disconnect the wiring in the back here. There's going to be a fiber cable and then a I'll show you when I can get back there. So if you're like me and you're expecting a wiring bundle back there, you are going to be disappointed. The only thing connecting to that radio is that harness with fiber optic and a few little pins. Now I don't understand how this is going to connect to my adapter, so I have to figure that out right now. Okay, so I just figured out that there's a little retaining clip on the side of the back. You pull it, it's like on the very edge of the connector. You pull it, and while you pull it, you can pull this most connector right out. And then this box, this most box came with this little adapter. I'm not sure what that is yet. We're about to try to figure it out. But here's the most box. So you got that. Let's see if I can get some light in here. You've got this. So if this will not connect directly in there. So they gave you this little adapter. I'm going to show you that in a moment when I get it on. So the adapter goes in, and then the fiber optic cable goes right into it. Now the challenge is finding a 12 volt constant on power source. I'm going to start probing this, whatever the hell this thing is, and I'm sure there's no power in here. Who knows? We're about to find out. So you always want to have a good voltmeter available, and what you want to do on your voltmeter, of course we're working with 12 volts DC, so you want to find a DC setting on it, and then you can check for hot or accessory power. I'll show you once I've got everything set up, and we will put this on the pins in there. Okay, so I found my switched power source. On the cigarette lighter, brown is ground, green is switched on. But now I don't know where to find constant power on. I have to deal with that right now. Okay, I don't know if I'm just really lucky or an idiot, but red yellow here on the back of the radio apparently has 12 volt power. So I'm going to use that for my constant. So I am not going to be soldering today. I am going to be using these connectors that I got off of Wish. These tap connectors. You should be able to just clamp over an existing wire, and then you can put another wire into that. I'll show you that in a minute. So the way these work is you slide the existing wire through the side of this connector right here on this side, and then you put the new wire into the other hole, then you push down on this clamp, and that is like a tap. That's how you get your existing working without cutting the wire. So I have the battery always on source crimped to a wire. I have accessory and illumination crimped to a different one, and now I'm going to do ground. So I've got the tap adapter on the wire already, on the ground. I'm going to go ahead and attach the wiring harness now. Okay, I just tested all my wires. Everything seems to be working properly. Now the big surprise here is that I thought on the back of the radio there was an antenna adapter. And guess what? There is no antenna adapter. I don't listen to the radio, so screw it. So I turned the key on and the radio did power on. Everything appears to be working. Now I have to plug in the most adapter and see if that actually works. So this is awesome. I got my dash complete. I got the, So this is awesome. I got everything installed, and of course, one channel of this converter box does not work. I've double checked 100 times. Only the left side is working. So this is great. I have to reassemble my dash, wait for another one of these to come in, unassemble my dash again, and then figure out what to do. Amazing. So I couldn't for the life of me get any of the stupid tabs in here to attach. So I saw these screw holes on the sides and I'm like, Then I remembered I have this handy geek flexible drill bit, which is amazing. I didn't think I would ever use this, but dude, it's so good for getting inside here and bending. That was awesome. Now I gotta try to adjust the side tabs so that the radio fits in properly. See ya. The home button is doing ridiculous things. You press it once, it goes to every single audio source. It will not go home. It goes to then the storage, then the radio, then home. Good morning, guys. It is Friday morning and it is kind of a sad day today. I am selling the 335i today. There is a guy coming from Kentucky to pick this vehicle up. He will be here any minute now, and so it's kind of a sad day. The car is amazing. I am letting it go, however, so I can concentrate on the SL65, and I have not been driving the 335i at all. So that car will be leaving shortly. You guys will see a video of it right before it's driven away. And until that time, I'll be crying inside. So this car is officially sold, unfortunately. Say goodbye to it. That's it. Goodbye, car. All right, guys, as you saw in the last video, the 335i is gone. You can tell now that I have room in my garage for something else. Look at all this space that I have now. So what's coming next? That's a good question. You'll have to wait and see. Tomorrow, I plan on bringing you guys some footage from the Cars and Coffee event. Me and my buddy with the Porsche will be going, and we will have an update then. Please like my video, subscribe to it, and you'll see what's coming next. Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here with an unboxing of a product that I have been asked to review by the manufacturer. So this is the first time I've ever been asked to review something and been sent a product for free. So I just want to get that out of the way. This product was sent to me at no charge. I'm under no obligation to review it in a positive way though. And what we're looking at today is a tripod. So here is the packaging here. I'm going to go ahead and get this opened up and take a look. See what we got. And then I'll give you all the information about the seller in the description here. Alright, so inside the box here we have stand tripod 1/4 screw soft is what it says. Let's get the tablet out, get a little video of this guy here, still in the box. There's a good look at the label here. Stand tripod 1/4 screw soft X0035E2511, whatever that is. And so now let's go ahead and take this out of the box completely. All right, so it's packaged nicely. There it is. And we've got a cell phone tripod, video stand, height adjustable, 360-degree ball head, gooseneck, phone floor holder for live video, is what it says on that. And then let's take a look at this inside of the packaging and see what we have here and see how well it does. We'll have to switch to the tablet at that point because the phone will be on, hopefully on the new tripod. All right, so first thing I can say is, wow, it feels very heavy, so that's a good thing. It feels very capable. Go ahead and packaged very nicely, by the way. Got a little white box here with something in it. Let's see what's in there. So it looks like inside the box we have like a swivel mount, I think it is. And so there's a good look at the swivel mount that was inside of the white box here. And then let's go ahead and open the actual packaging. Like I said, it feels very, very high quality. And again, I am not getting paid to say this, and I was sent this product for totally free. But this looks like a professional tripod. It doesn't look like a cheap tripod that you get off of Amazon sometimes, where it's so cheap it can't even hold the phone up. All right, so then there's a instruction manual here. Kind of tells you how to set it up. And supposedly there is a clamp for the phone that goes with this. So I haven't seen that part yet. Aha, it's in here. And then here we have like a gooseneck. Looks like. Yep. Very solid too, by the way. Nothing cheap about this. And so here's a good look at the gooseneck up close. And the adjustable thing there for the top. And inside the bag is the very last piece of the puzzle here. And this is the phone connector. Phone holder, so to speak, right here. See on the back it's threaded. And then it looks like it's adjustable here, so it's not a spring type like the other ones are, like the one I have now. It is a adjustable to make it wider, so it'll have to be really wide for my phone to fit. We'll see if that works out. So let's go through these instructions now and see how you set this up. So it tells you to open up the legs to make it extended. So I'm sure they're talking about this. There is an adjustment here to loosen it up. Still pretty tight, but that's good. So that's fully opened up now. It says, okay, first step was open the leg and make it extended. So it is right here. Oops, something fell. Step 2. Install the tube on the tripod and use the knob to lock it. So it wants to put the gooseneck on top, I believe. Let's see. Tripod head and then tube. So it does want us to put this on there. I think. Well, okay, so there's an adjustment you have to turn. And of course, I dropped it. Okay, guys, I found the screw underneath the desk, of course, and so now we have to take this tripod head here, and the screw is kind of like a, it prevents it from coming out, it looks like. Yeah, it's interesting because this has a screw on top, but you don't really use that part. You just put the tripod head there and tighten this. It also shows it like extended like this. I guess it doesn't matter, but it shows in the picture that it's extended, and it has like 3 or 4 ways to extend here. You guys can see that. So then we have it here like this, and we tighten up the set screw like that. 3, install the ball head on the tube. So the ball head goes on top here. By the way, guys, this is really, really high quality. I wouldn't just say that for, you know, to get a free product, but man, this thing's pretty solid. This is probably going to be my new tripod. Hopefully you're still in the shop there. Let's see. Yep, okay, cool. Just wanted to make 100% sure, so get the tablet out. So far, this is what we've got. So we've got on step 3, install the ball head on the tube, which is right there. For whatever reason, the video turned off. I've got my old Galaxy Note here. We're going to try that guy. It's pretty wide, so let's see if this thing can open up enough. It looks like they thought of everything. Nice. Okay, yeah. So here's the way it looks with the phone installed on it, and I hope you guys can see that. It's a little bit too high. Let me drop this a little bit so you guys can see what it looks like with the phone installed. And so if you notice this guy right here, here's the gooseneck, so you can literally bend and do this whatever angle you want. And let's see, that little screw came untightened, but see, this is cool because it's really sturdy. It's well made. I really like all the adjustability of this thing. I like the fact that you can change the camera to either direction on the actual mounting plate here. You can either mount it from the bottom or you can mount it from the sides. I do like the screw down thing. It's a little less convenient than having a spring clamp, but it still works great. It keeps the phone in, and this is an old Galaxy Note 2, so very old. I like the adjustability of the length of the tripod, and I like the fact that the thing feels well made, and I am definitely saying right now that I'm going to go ahead and recommend this product. So I'm going to get a link for this guy, and that's going to be in the description. And I highly encourage you guys to pick this up if you're looking for a tripod. He did not send me the listing, but I'm going to find it. So I'll figure that out. I'll have that all in the description below. I'm so glad you guys got to look at this. I think what we're going to do now is put the actual phone on it and walk around a little bit with it and just kind of see how it feels as a, you know, as an actual, like if I'm going to carry it, because I do carry mine around a lot, and the other tripod that I have, I already did a review on, is much lighter. So what I'm going to do now is raise the legs, if I can remember how. So you just go upward with them. So those are all raised like that, and then there's a tightening screw here. Now this guy's ready to just be, you know, you can walk around with it like this. It's a little bulky to do that, but it works fine. So I'm gonna switch to this now. Okay guys, so this is from the new tripod, and I don't know what to call it right now. Phone floor tripod is what I am gonna call this guy until I get the official listing. There's the box it came in. Let's see if the seller is actually listed on the box. Let's see. Nope, it doesn't say the seller, but I will contact them if I can't find the listing, and I'll make sure that it's in the description. But yeah, this thing's super solid. No problem at all, like carrying it around like this. And actually, you could ditch the gooseneck too if you want to, and you can just put the phone mount directly on the top of the tripod, and you don't need, if you don't need that extension, I'm saying. But I'm carrying this around right now with no issues. I'm using one hand, and I can show you guys outside with this. There's the lovely pool that's turning green because it's getting redone. I can show you guys outside with the alligator is sitting right there. Right there. And yeah, so very, very easy to carry around. I am having no issues right now with just one hand. I mean, it does weigh a little bit, but I am thankful for that because, you know, sometimes you get these ones, like my other one is a lot less high quality, even though it gets the job done. Oh, my yard guy came back. So, all right, guys, well, that is going to do it for today because I got to talk to the yard guy. But thank you very much. I hope you guys enjoyed this review, and the link will be in the description. Check out this dude, Alligatorage, getting a suntan. Alligatorage, I hope you put sunblock on because you can really burn your skin. Oh, don't go in the water, Alligatorage.
Papa has cat TV. Kiss Papa.
Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage with two new products that were donated to the channel today. Our proud sponsor, Gertschway, has given us these two things to check out today on the channel. So when we come back from this short break, we're going to take a look at the Gertschway digital tire inflator and the Gertschway tire inflator with pressure gauge. And that's all coming up today from the SCSR garage, so hang out. Welcome to another unboxing and review on Supercar Street Racing, and you can see right here and right now, we are out here in the SCSR garage with two products from Gertschway. Gertschway was so kind to go ahead and send us these two tire inflators. One of them is digital, one of them is not, so you can pick which one you like best after we show you exactly what they both do. And they are sitting right here on top of the Tesla Model S Plaid. And what we're gonna do today is go ahead and unbox these things in front of the SCSR Plaid, and then we're gonna take a look at how you use them. Now, you do need an air compressor or an air source of some kind to use these two devices right here. So you will need some kind of air supply for it that has a quick connect fitting on the end. Now, one of these guys right here is a standard analog gauge, and that is this one here on the right here. And then this one next to it is a digital tire inflator. So if you want to go like a little bit better quality and a little bit better display, you can go ahead and get the digital one, which we will open both of those here momentarily. Now, taking a look at the first product here, this is the Gertschway tire inflator with pressure gauge right here. Now, this is simply an inflator with a quick connect hose on the end that you do attach to a air compressor hose, and you can go ahead and see what the tire pressure is in your tires. And when you squeeze this handle, it should allow air to pass into the tires here, and you can go ahead and air up to whatever preference you like. Now on the back of the box, it does say it's useful for any kind of automotive or bike, truck, car application. It tells you that it has a 100 PSI limit to its inflation range, a plus or minus 2% accuracy, a dial resolution of 1 PSI, and it measures in PSI. It has an NPT connector on the end for any air compressor. The tire inflator with pressure gauge. Now this other one sitting right here in front of us is the one we talked about that's a little bit upgraded from this guy right here. Now this is the Gertschway digital tire inflator with pressure gauge. Easy and precise tire inflating, and look at the front of the box here. It shows you what a cool looking device this is, and it looks like it does have a light on it. I'm interested to go ahead and check that out in the inside of this box. And on the back it shows you again that it has a application for bike, motorcycle, car, and truck, and it does say it has a 3 to 200 PSI inflation range, so it does go higher than this one up here. It has a plus or minus 1% accuracy, a 0.01 PSI dial resolution. It measures in PSI, bar, KPA, and KGF CM2. And it also has the same NPT air compressor fitting sitting right on the end of the cable here that you can connect to any air supply source that has NTP. All right, we're right here on the back of the Tesla Model S Plaid, and we have the Gertschway digital tire inflator with pressure gauge to open up for you guys first. And it's sitting right here in front of you looking so fly and fresh. And on the side, it does say Gertschway, when quality is our top priority. That is their slogan. It is a X003W9UCTV digital tire pressure gauge. It does say made in China. It's got their website here, gertschkit.com, and then there is an email for their support at gertschkit.com. And on the front of the box there, you see the picture of the digital tire inflator with pressure gauge, and it says easy and precise tire inflating. Nothing on the side and on the back. It shows you the specifications, which I read to you guys already in the beginning, and it shows you the application, bike, motorcycle, car, and truck. Again, that's all you really need on the back of the box. And inside of the box, you can see right here that it has a little package with, it has two ways to do your tire. So it has a connector here that you can put on the end of the spout. It does have a manual, so I'll probably open that up and see what that connector is for there. Looking inside the box here, you can see this thing is very high quality. It's pretty heavy. It does have some peel satisfaction over the display, but checking out, that is the trigger that you pull to add your air. And then there is a power and a light button right here on the front of the digital tire inflator. And you can see on the side here, you do use the NPT Quick Connect to connect this to any air compressor or hose for an air source. And now inside of the box is the user manual. And it does tell you to thread the quick connector on, but it is already done for me. So it does have a lock on the air stem. I will show you that now. This is what they're talking about. You place it on the air stem here, and then you lock it in place like this. It has a little clamp there that goes in, and then you clamp it shut to make sure you're all the way on. Now it says do pay attention when you clamp it on, because it could leak if you don't get it solid onto the valve stem. It says go ahead and push the chuck onto the air stem firmly and rotate it on the valve stem thread until it seats, or use the included screw-on air chuck. So that's what this additional thing was. There is a screw-on version as well if you'd like to use that, but in order to use that you have to remove this other guy from the end of the hose here. So to inflate your tire, very simple. You just simply squeeze this and pay attention to the display here, but that is it. And if you want to bleed off air, you simply press this button while you're connected, and that does bleed off air. We will demo that to you guys in a short amount of time here. I think I know why it didn't work. I think I know what was going on. I think it had a clear plastic thing inside there to keep the batteries from going dead. Let's see if this does the trick here. And now it is on, so yes. There was a clear plastic inside. Let's go ahead and put the cover back on. Thank you, Gertschway, for the batteries. Let's go ahead and get these screws back in. So just take off the back cover and remove the little plastic, and you're good to go. I didn't see that in the manual. I'm gonna double check and maybe have Gertschway put that in for the future. No matter what, you do have to take off the back cover though, because there is a plastic that keeps the batteries fresh. See right there, we turn it on and it is set to bar. So if we push it again, now it's on KPA and now it's on PSI. Let's go ahead and peel off the protective peel sat. There we go. Peel satisfaction guaranteed on that one. Now here again, here is the bleed, and then here is the trigger to go ahead and add air. I'm gonna go ahead and power it off, and there it did shut off. Now here's a look at the accessories they give you. They do give you Teflon tape, so if you have to change out the NPT fitting, now, for those of you into the manual part of life and you just want analog, here is the tire inflator and pressure gauge from Gertschway. And on the front it says it's easy and precise for tire inflating, for home, shop, and professional on the side. And right on the back it says it's for motorcycles, bikes, trucks, and cars. Shows you its specifications, which I read to you earlier. And then it has their website, their email address, the little barcode, and this is a X001Z 1GOZX tire inflator pressure gauge. And that is all that's on the box. Let's go ahead and get this guy unboxed for you. And right inside there, we do have an accessory pack. And this time, if you want to use it, they do give you this long style tire inflator valve connector. You would have to remove the one on the end of your inflator and use this. And since this does not use power, there is no battery to worry about here. And taking a look at the inflator here, pretty high quality. It's very heavy. I like the way the gauge looks, and I like the contrast of the gauge. This is our trigger to add and remove air here, and this is our bleed right here on the side. So when you're ready to bleed off air, you simply leave this connected and you go ahead and push this button and it will bleed off air from the tire. Deeper into the box here inside the Gertschway analog tire inflator, there is an instruction manual, and this does say to thread on the NPT fitting, which is already on the inflator, so you don't have to worry about that. And then it says connect the Gertschway pressure gauge to a compressor using the quick connect or a air hose from somewhere. It says put the air chuck on the valve stem, and to avoid leaks, push and turn. It also says you can use the enclosed dual head air chuck, which I showed you guys already. And then to fill the tire, of course, you squeeze the handle here on the side, and to bleed air, you simply push this button, and we will demonstrate that here momentarily. The dual head air chuck is mainly used for heavy duty vehicles, and that is it for the Gertschway analog non-digital tire inflation device. Now the next thing we're gonna do is get down here and actually use these. So we're gonna need our air compressor. Let's grab that. Okay, we are right in front of the Tesla Model S Plaid now, right in front of these Michelin Pilot Sport 4S's. And you can see that I have my air compressor out here, and it is already aired up. So we do not have to air it up, and we are not going to be plugging it in so that it is not loud. Now on my air compressor, I already have this dual air chuck like Gertschway did give us with the analog gauge. I'm gonna go ahead and pop that off by pulling back on the quick connect, and it pops right off, you can see. Now these tires are aired up to around 37 PSI. I'm gonna go ahead and air them up a little bit and then go ahead and let them back out to the same air pressure. Let's go ahead and connect our Gertschway. Now this is the digital one, so we're gonna go ahead and power it on. It is on and it is set to PSI. Let's put our quick connector on it. Okay, so we are quick connected, and here is our tire valve stem we have to get off first. And these are black metal ones that I bought on Amazon. There's our valve stem. We don't want to lose this because we only have 4 of those total. And now to put this on, you simply push it on and it does lock. So you push the handle, push it on the valve stem, and then let go. Now there is 35.7 PSI in this tire, and that is a little bit different than what the TPMS says, but I am going to go ahead and put some air in the tire and bring it up to about 38. 37.4. It's at 38.3 now. Let's go ahead and bring it up to 40. We're at 40. Let's go ahead and let a pound or two out now. Now by pushing this bleed button right here, you will let air out of the tire. We're at 38.9. I'm gonna go ahead and leave it at 38.8. And that is just how simple the digital air inflator is from Gershway. You simply just push this onto the tire valve stem, and then you just use your little trigger here and your air compressor. And this is a cheap air compressor, and that is all I need for right now. Let's go ahead and pull it off by pushing the disconnect, and it is off. And that's a good look at the digital one. Pretty easy. I like the way you can see the display, and if you push the light, it does light up on the display, so you would be able to see that at night, which I really like. It is very high quality, it's heavy, and it just feels like it's well made, and it's super easy to connect, and the connection is very solid. There was absolutely no leaking air from the digital Gershway when I hooked it up. Now let's move on to the analog Gershway tire inflator. We'll go ahead and get our NPT disconnected here. And it is already disconnected. Let's power off our digital Gershway by holding down the power button, and it is off now. All right, we already do have our valve stem cap off from last time, so all we have to do right here and right now is grab our analog Gershway here. Now I'm curious if this does glow in the dark. It looks like a glow in the dark type thing there. It might glow. It's got that weird color. And taking a look at this one, it is a similar design, except it has an analog gauge, right? It does still have a trigger to add air. It does still have a bleeder on the side here that you can let air out with. Let's see if it connects just as easy. Let's go ahead and connect it. And it is connected. I did not have to turn it as suggested, but I did not put the air chuck on first. Let's go ahead and do that. This is reading about 38 pounds as we said in the last one. Let's go ahead and let some air out. It is reading around 36 pounds now. Let's go ahead and put air in the tire by squeezing this trigger. And we are already up to about 40 pounds. Let's go ahead and take a little bit of air out. All right, we are back down to 38 pounds using the bleeder on the side. I like how heavy duty this thing is. It feels pretty heavy, it feels high quality. The contrast on the gauge is very easy to read. The trigger is very easy to use. It works great with my McGraw compressor here, the small compressor that I got for about 125 bucks. And it's very easy to connect, very easy to use. And let's go ahead and disconnect it now that we have our tire inflated to the exact pressure that we wanted. And that is it. It is that easy to deflate. Let's go ahead and remove it with the NPT. And there it is right there back in the box where it will be gifted to someone. And then we got our valve stem right here. We can go ahead and put back on. And that is it for the demonstration of how these two inflators actually work. Go ahead and decide which one you like and go down in the description and order your favorite one from Gershway. All right, now we did just take a look at both of the Gershway products that were provided by them at no cost for us to check out with you guys, so that maybe if you're looking for something like this, you can go ahead and order from the links down in the description below. Make sure you check that out. If you liked one of these, go down below, click through the affiliate link, because when you do that, it helps the channel out so much. We only get a few dollars here and there to run the channel. And so when you buy from us, it helps us out. And the affiliates also see that you support the channel by seeing how much you actually buy. So go ahead and grab yourself either the standard tire inflator with pressure gauge or the Gershway digital tire inflator with pressure gauge from the links in the description. And we will see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. We got to get out of here. Bon voyage. Oh my God, she's insane.
Whoa!
You're crazy.
Girl!
I told you. We have a special surprise today sitting right here on the porch, and that's it right there. Let's get this guy inside. This is special, and I've been waiting a very long time for it. Back in the kitchen in the SCSR compound, and right in front of me is something that we've been waiting for about 3 months, and it finally came. And now you know why the kitchen is the appropriate place for this, because this is the Circulon 10-piece set plus bonus tool that I got for free for purchasing this guy, the induction cooktop from Samsung. And if you look right here, there is the induction cooktop that has never been used before. I have not used it one single time. And if you notice right here, it does say induction. Now you will read different things online as to what is appropriate about the induction process and what you can and cannot use. Even though it does say you can use cast iron on this, I would not do that personally. So I have this brand new 11-piece set from Samsung. Now, I do have a funny story about this. When I signed up to get this set for free, they were supposed to email me a code. I did not see the email come in, and I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And of course, Joe and Jared and everybody have been busting my you-know-whats about getting my pots and pans, and I said they never sent the code. Well, it turns out they did send the code, but the problem is when I tried to go click on the link to redeem it, the page was no longer there. So I had to jump through hoops with Samsung to find out that the other set was discontinued, but now they were giving a 10-piece set plus bonus tool. It was supposed to be a 6-piece set. So we got a much bigger free set from Samsung. So let's get this thing over to the table and get it unboxed. It is actually going right down here, and I can throw these other 2 pots and pans in the trash can or give them away. Back in the SCSR kitchen again with the Samsung Circulon free pots and pans that I got for buying this very, very fancy and very expensive induction Samsung range, which has not been used ever. And I don't know if I will because I don't like cooking, but we're gonna go ahead and open this up and see what's inside of the box and get it all out for you guys to check out in case that you want to buy your own set of Circulon. Now this is the 10-piece with bonus tool, 1 set, made in Thailand, weighs about 25 pounds. And let's go ahead and open it up now. And inside of the box is another box, of course, and it is backwards. So that ruined the unboxing completely, I think. But there is the nice steel shield. Cooks like steel, cleans like non-stick. Circulon 10-piece bonus set. Let's get it out of the box. There is the Circulon, looking so fresh and fly, right next to me. And inside of the box that was inside of the box, another box, of course.
Oh!
There better not be another box inside this box. Longest unboxing in history. Hot in here. All right, we got the Circulon box open here, and you can see right at the top there is more cardboard than I've ever seen in any box in my life, protecting these amazing Circulon induction style pots and pans. And there is a good look at a very nice pan from Circulon. These are very high quality. See it stamped on the back? That's the first one in the set right there. Moving further into the set of Circulon, we have a nice pan here. And it has a number right there. Not sure what that is, if that's the size or what. Here's the next one. Awesome pot. one of the lids. Wow, that is so cool. That lid did fit that one. Nice big pot here. There's a lid for one of them. Fancy candle lid. There's something in this box. We'll have to figure it out. But first, there is another couple of lids here. One lid right there. And now let's see what is in this special cardboard condom. We have a free spatula. Very nice. Circulon spatula. Very cool. So that is the unboxing of the Circulon. And then now I'm going to show you the do's and the don'ts that are marked right on the box. I'm going to throw a picture of this up on the screen right now, but it says do use medium to low heat, do thoroughly wash the pan after each use with hot soapy water, do match the pan bottom to burner size and center it, and do use caution when touching the handles and knobs, and always have pot holders available for use. Do not leave the empty pan on a hot burner. Do not leave pans unattended or allow food to burn or boil until it's dry. Use cooking spray or oven cleaners. You do not, repeat, use cooking spray on these Circulon induction pans. Inside of the box was a Circulon important safety use and care card. It says you can use a dishwasher, but they should be hand washed if you can. And you do not use cooking spray on these. And then here is your guarantee. These are Irish based pots and pans. It does say when you're matching cookware to ring size, follow the stovetop manufacturer's guidelines. That's pretty much all it says about induction cooking there on the safety guide. You can not use the lid. When you do use the lid, you can't go over 350 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's all that these cards basically say, guys. I'll also take a picture of both of these right now and throw them up on the screen, and you can take a look at yourself at what they say. All right, we got the Circulon pots and pans all sitting out nicely in front of our induction stove. And there we just fired up the stove, and it is going to tell you how to use your induction control stove. It gives you instructions on how to do everything here. Everything is touch controlled. And here is an overview of what we have. We have the small pot right here. We have a medium pot right here. And then we have our large pot right there looking so fly. And it's still talking to us down here. And then we have our pans. We have 3 size pans. We have a deep dish pan here. We have a small pan here, and we have a large shallow depth pan right there looking so fresh and so fly. And then we got our bonus spatula from Circulon right here that will not scratch. This will not scratch their surfaces. So they wouldn't give you a metal one if they thought it would scratch, and that is a fly looking spatula if I have ever seen one in existence. And now let's go ahead and get all this stuff organized and underneath the counter where it will live for the rest of its life and never get used again. And my stove just said farewell. Alright guys, so I did go get these liners from out of the Supercar Street Racing shed. I'm going to go ahead and see how, if we can use these at all. They are actually not wide enough So maybe I get the correct size for it. 17. Let's see if they have 17 inch. Okay, I did order black. I think black would look kind of sick in here, so I ordered a black liner. It won't match the other cabinets, but who cares? Ordered a black liner 17 inches wide for this guy. So tomorrow, when this comes, we will continue this video. But for now, there's nothing else we can do. We're stuck. So this is where we're stopping down, guys. Out of my shock and surprise, Amazon did deliver the new cabinet liners, the shelf liners for underneath there for the pots and pans area. So we are going to have to figure out cutting these straight now. So I was thinking of maybe trying to use a piece of cardboard to cut these, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do at this point. Usually you would use a razor blade. I don't have a good sharp razor blade in the house anymore. I need to order some. Let's get this thing out and measure what we're going to have to do here and see how much we're going to have to cut this thing. Underneath the shelf now, and our first cut is going to be 11 inches. Our second cut, 23 inches exactly. Let's get it on the table and see how we're going to do this. That would be cool if this was 11. Ha! It's 11 exactly. Oh my god.
Got him!
That's crazy.
Got him!
That's absolutely insane.
Oh!
So you won't really see the back. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I'm a perfectionist. Okay, so we've got our marks. We'll have to guess right there. But I'm gonna cut as straight as I can. And when you hold it in just the right light, can also follow the dots. There we go. Our first piece is cut, 11. It was exactly the size of... Okay, the next is 23 1/4. Slightly too wide. It's a little bit too wide. This one is too long and too wide. I'm going to take a little bit off of both of these and see if I can get them to fit. All right, I took about 1/8 of an inch off the top one, and it does fit now. Pretty good. This one needs to be shortened, and it is probably 1/8 of an inch too long and probably the same wide. I'm going to go ahead and trim this one as well. I went ahead and trimmed both of them and also notched out this one so it could fit right in the corner, and now they both fit perfectly. All we have to do now is get an arrangement for our pots and pans and get them down in there. Let's see what we're going to do. I don't know yet. Okay, my thoughts are put the big stuff at the top. I don't know any other way to do it. Maybe the big stuff that we don't use can go there. I don't have much cabinet space, guys. Never have. To end up having to stack them. And that will not fit there. Okay guys, this is the final arrangement of the Circulon pots and pans underneath here. I could probably stack some up and do a little bit better, but for now, that's all I need to do. I just do have to get my cutting boards in there as well, so I'm going to go ahead and grab those now and make sure that I can get them in there. But that's going to do it for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I'll have a link in the description to Circulon pots and pans. Go ahead and pick some up for yourself, and we will see you guys next time on the channel. Thanks for watching, and welcome to Learn Your New Induction. Tap OK to start. I don't know, I'm silly. Back in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing bathroom, where we have been granted access to the Neporol Magic Pro rechargeable light bulb. Now this Neporol Magic Pro does work in any regular light socket, and you can charge it there or with a USB. Now this takes 2 hours to charge. It costs $1.81 a year. You can do warm white, neutral, or white light, and it can be adjusted infinitely on the brightness. So let's see what they had in mind today when Neporol was gracious enough to send us these Magic Pro light bulbs to check out on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome to Supercar Street Racing unboxing and reviews. You've got Brad here with you, and if you don't know me, I'm so happy to have you today at the channel. And if you do know me, I could appreciate a like and subscribe on the video and a comment if you don't mind. And today we have the Neporol Magic Pro rechargeable light bulb that was provided to us by Neporol. They are so gracious to have sent us a sample of their bulb to look at several scenarios with you guys on how this might work. Now, taking a look at the box, you can see two, meaning I believe there are two in the box. And at the top of the box, a good highlight says that they work in a lamp socket and they are USB or lamp socket chargeable. Now the bottom of the box says they are 2-hour fast chargeable. They are dimmable with a hue shift, meaning they can go 3 different color temperatures, and they have a remote and a touch control also available. Now on the side of the box, a closer look at that, you can see it fits most E26, which is the standard light bulb in the United States and other places as well. It works with wireless lamps as well. It backs up for emergencies, so if you lose the power in your house, these guys will still work. And on the side here, you do see they are made in China, and there is the model number right there, which I will put a link in the description for you guys. And then on the back side of the box, it says that it has a remote. We'll be looking into that as well, or a touch control. A 3 hue shift, meaning they do 3 color temperatures. They are dimmable. They have a portable hook is what they meant about the hook on the side, so they did have that right. They auto charge when they are connected to a socket, and they're rechargeable by USB-C and have a really nice charge indicator on them. So a lot of good features to the Neporol Magic Pro E26 light bulb, which now we will go ahead and unbox on the channel. The Neporol Magic Pro is sitting right in front of you today, looking so fly and so fresh and asking to be stripped out of its box. So let's go ahead and see if we're going to need something to get the tape off today. And look at that, we were able to get this package open. Well, I had it open. We might be able to get this package open without any other type of opening device. Here is the Neporol Magic Pro about to be unboxed here on Supercar Street Racing, and right on top inside the box we do see that we have a nice instruction manual here. It's a little small for my eyes, so I can tell you that it has highlights at the top, instructions in the middle, commonly asked questions there, and so there's a FAQ at the very bottom, and I will take a picture of this and throw it up on the screen for you guys so you know exactly what this says. And then on the back it does have a picture of a remote control, and they did not send the RGB. I was hoping they were sending the RGB. I did ask for that, but they did not send it. And then it does highlight the touch control down on the bottom, which I guess is on the side of the bulb. Now inside of the box here with the Neporol, you do see it comes with some hooks for you to be able to hang this bulb up somewhere, so you don't actually have to have this thing connected anywhere. It could be totally and completely wireless, which we will demonstrate in a little bit. And then also inside of the box they give you a USB charge cable. So it is a USB type A on one side to a USB type C on the other side. Moving forward, there is another hook here for these guys. It does not charge, but you can charge it while it's on here. This does not charge it. This just hangs it up for access. Now the first Neporol Magic Pro is coming out of the box right here, and you can see the standard E26 base here. I do have the RGB lights, which I'm excited about. Now let's see if it actually works before we unbox the rest. Okay, it is not charged. And we do have our second RGB Pro here. Let's see if that one works. Does not work. So both of these bulbs need to be charged. And moving further into the box, we do see our RGB remote control here. And opening it up, it probably has a little tab for us to pull to get the battery working. Let's go ahead and get it open. And here is the remote control, and there is our battery activation strip right there. We did pull that, and I'm assuming nothing's gonna happen because I think the batteries are dead. Oh, okay, interesting. All right, so I wasn't holding it long enough. They did work right out of the box. At least that one did. Okay, let's see if the other one works. Maybe I wasn't holding it long enough. All right, this one is not charged. The other one was. You can tell because when I push on, only one of them comes on, and look, it's completely wireless. Nothing connected to it whatsoever. So let's get these guys onto the base lamp and get them all charged up first. And there, it just came on again. I pressed the button. And it looks like you cycle through the colors there, but I want to get both of them charged up. And there's a dimmer if you hold it down. Let me go ahead and power this off. And let's take it in there and get it on the lamp base. In the Supercar Street Racing nice office, we do see this fan going insane. So if you hear something, that is the fan. But we have our Neporals, and we are going to go ahead and charge them by putting them on our lamp here. Let's go ahead and remove, let's make sure this is on first though. Okay, it is on. All right, let's go ahead and remove that bulb and put the, and now the Neporal is insisting on being on. So let's go ahead and put the one that wasn't charged in. Now it should charge, and there should be a charging indicator on it. All right, so it is charging, and it did light up a nice red to indicate that it was charging. Let's let this guy charge while we put the other one on the other base. Now we are going to put our second Neporal bulb onto USB-C and charge it that way. It is already charged, so it shouldn't take as long. However, I'm curious to see which one charges faster if they were. So plugging this in, I already have my USB available right here on the Supercar Street Racing side table that we built on the channel. Check that video out if you haven't. And these are standard type A, so whoever built them doesn't understand that there is a backwards way. And let's go ahead and get this plugged into the Neporal bulb. You can see the USB-C sitting SoFly right there, and all we have to do is plug it in right now, and it should light up in red, and it did. So this bulb is now charging, this bulb is now charging, and let's see in the manual what it says about charging. I took another hard look at the manual, and basically when these lights go off, these bulbs are fully charged. It says a charge time of 2 hours. It does not specify whether that is with the USB Type-C or with the socket. So let's go ahead and let these guys both charge up all the way, and then we'll take them somewhere and demonstrate how they work in a good dark environment. All right, we are back with our Neporal Magic Pro lights, and we did let those guys charge for about an hour and a half. And when the red light goes off, they are fully charged, and now they are ready to test. So for our first test, now I do notice they come on pretty easy if you touch the power button there on the side. That's the little touch screen right there, or touch button right there. And what we want to do right now is grab the hangers and go ahead into a dark room and test them. So to put the hangers on, all you have to do right here is just screw one on the back of the bulb, just like this. And then you can hang this guy up anywhere you want. Let's say that you need light in this closet. Let's hang one right there. Let's grab the other guy. Go ahead and get that one rigged up. And you can see it did come on because I touched the touch button. And if you press it a number of times, it will go off. Let's get this guy hung up. All right, we got our lights in the closet right here. Let's go ahead and grab the remote control and the instructions. And you can see right here on the remote control, you've got your basic on-off control at the top, and you've got a 1 and a 2 mode on the very bottom where it says MM. Those are timers. Now the mode at the very top right is where you can set what it does as far as the pattern and the style of the light. And these 3 buttons here are supposed to be for the color temperature. So it's either warm, cool, or very cool. So let's go into the closet right now and see exactly what we have. All right, we're back in the closet with the Magic Pro lights, and we did get a good idea here of what everything does on the remote. Basically, these 3 up top are for white, so it's warm, white, cool white, or very cool white. This gives it in a color mode, and then the plus and minus here on the remote are for dimming the lights, but they must be in a solid mode to dim them. Mode 1 is a dissolve between each color, and mode 2 is a flash between each color. 50%, 100% don't seem to do anything and are not in the instructions, and the very bottom buttons are a timer. So let's take a look at these, how cool they are. If you went camping or something like that and you needed some light where you don't have batteries, let's go ahead and get them on a same color and sync them up. And now we'll go to the mode where they will dissolve between colors. And they didn't quite see it that time, so they're not quite synced up, but very cool how these things operate. And then if I go into a solid mode here, I can use the brightness control. You see I'm dimming it, and I'm raising the brightness there with the plus and minus. And if we put this guy here on white, I can also dim this guy here. Look, I'm dimming it down with the minus, and I am raising that up with the plus. So these lights are pretty awesome. They are rechargeable, like we said before, with either this USB-C on the side or the regular E26 base. And so later tonight, we are going to go ahead and show you guys what you can do outside. Guys, we are back with the Neperol Magic Pro lights after they sat on the charger for about another 30 minutes and they were topped out. And now we have screwed their hook on them right here. You can see it goes right on the E26 base. We got one on that one, we got one on this one. That means we can now take these outside and show you how cool these things are at night. We'll take our remote control out there, we'll take our lights out there, and we will strategically place them around the pool and let you see how cool they are. Oh, and FYI, the red charging light did go out on both of these to indicate that these guys were fully charged. Let them go until they get fully charged, and that will definitely go out for you. Now let's get outside. Okay, we are out by the Supercar Street Racing pool, and we have one of the Neperol lights hanging directly across from me, and the other Neperol light hanging over there. There's one, there's the other one. Now you can see they are quite bright. That's with, and then we just hit off. So they are not very long range. Let's turn them back on. Just like that. And now let's change them to colored. Let's step back and see how that looks. And there is a good look at the wireless rechargeable bulbs around the pool. And now let's set them to cycle. Now they are set to cycling. So they are fading between colors and they look absolutely cool. And remember, these are rechargeable. You could get, technically you could get 6 or 8 of these around your pool if you don't have wiring to go around your pool. And these make a good amount of light. As you can see right here, it's lighting up the entire side right here. And then if we want to go back to white, we can go warm, cold, or very cold. Warm, cold, or very cold. So those are lighting up the edge of the pool now, and you can see how good they look. And there is one single remote for both, and that is on pink, purple, red. And then you have a brightness control. I just dimmed it, and then I just raised it. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. Let's throw that into the studio now with Brad to take a look at these very cool wireless, colored, rechargeable bulbs. We are back at the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. You got Brad here, and I have spent some time with the Neperol Magic Pro rechargeable light, and I happen to have one right here sitting in front of me for you guys to check out. These things are very cool. The manufacturer contacted me and said, hey, are you interested in promoting this product? And I said, of course I am, and they sent me 2 of the RGB lights here, and I'm actually giving these away to someone after this video. So these are already gone. They have been given away to a subscriber. But these Magic Pro lights are so cool. You can literally hang them by their E26 base with these cool little screw-on things here, and you can take them off and they will charge from either the E26 base or they will charge from a USB Type-C right here on the side, which I think is just very cool. And you can see right here we also have the remote, and we can change colors with the remote. We can change modes with the remote so they can dissolve between colors. We have a brightness control, or they can go white, warm white, or cool white. and then you can also do brightness when you're on any of those three. So these things are awesome. I really love these, and I know the subscriber that is getting them is going to get a lot of use out of them. I know a place where they would actually look really good. So pick up your set of Naporal Magic Pro lights today. There is actually 3 promotions going on right now. They have a 15% coupon available, a 5% promo code, and if you buy any 2, you get 10% off. It is absolutely insane. And I am going to be putting a link in the description for the Magic Pro by Naporal. And guys, please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. Your support is what keeps the channel going. We don't make money off the channel. The little bit of money we make barely covers any of the costs on the channel. So go ahead and like and subscribe, leave a comment for us, and tell us what you think about these really cool. Look, you just press this little button or use the remote. There it goes. You press the little button and it does come on the side of the bulb. So tell us what you think about these Magic Pro bulbs down in the comments. They have good reviews. I have a 4.3 star review, and I plan on giving them a review myself because I really love the way they work. Guys, thanks again. We got to get out of here though. We got to get this over to our subscriber who's waiting impatiently for it. Kitty, it's Halloween. This is your favorite time of year. You can walk in front of a bunch of, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Walk in front of a bunch of people. Hi, Kitty. This is your night to shine. Bubba, look at Cat TV. You got to get it. It's Cat TV. Look at. I want to redo this ground so that it runs up that way instead of somewhere down in here with some extra.
So to kind of run through this real fast, obviously you got the main battery. You know, it's kind of a shame that we couldn't figure out some way to just connect.
To make that work?
Does this come off? When we take this off, does this dash with the cup holders come off? Probably use your hole saw kit just to make the first initial hole.
But I want to redo this ground so that it runs up that way instead of underneath right there.
Up and over? Well, it's got room behind it. It's got a...
Well, now I was thinking this side up.
It's a lot cooler in here now with that fan blowing.
Yeah, I'm about to crank it up on high.
Oh, I'll do it.
Can you make us a ground with two of the big yellow loops to go from the fuse box to the battery? Cut off just enough so that I can tie it up with a clamp so that I can come around. Okay, I just got done connecting the inverter. You can see right here, I ran it right up the side of the inverter and then directly over to the fuse box. Right now, Joe is making our ground cable to go from the battery to the voltage reducer, and then we'll go from the voltage reducer to the fuse box for ground to give that a ground. So we're gonna work on that right now real quick.
All right, so we're coming off the positive here.
That guy's gonna come off the negative, run the side of the battery along the top of here to right here. So leave me enough to just clamp it with this red guide right here so that I can put a good clamp. And if you can...
Hold on, so we're going from right here to here.
And then...
This is gonna go here.
Just like that to the bottom of this terminal so it'll sit like right there.
So you go right here?
Yeah, just leave a tiny bit extra and we'll make that work.
Okay.
Now, do you want to come directly off the battery for your amplifier ground, or do you want to come off of the voltage reducer?
I'm okay with coming off the voltage reducer.
So then make a ground also that comes down, feeds down to here for your amplifier.
Yep.
So give yourself enough, whatever way you think is the best. If you want to come around here, we clamp all three of them together and go down.
Well, since we don't have the amp, I'm just going to do the one side for now.
Yep, leave one side empty.
Yep.
Then we got to figure out pulling red wire all the way to the front. So we might have enough. And we got to clean all this up down at the bottom too. Yeah, our amp wire. Oh, we're on the wrong one, by the way. That's supposed to be ground.
Oh, we're ready anyway, so.
Those guys both go, and then what we'll do is we'll clamp them all together right there to keep them out of the way. But we got our amp power wire we need to run too.
That's the thicker one we want, right?
That's that guy right there, right? You already have put an end on it.
Do you think that's thick enough wire for the amp? I mean, that's kind of thin.
I feel like it is. I mean,
The only problem is that it's not going to get any more power because it's the same gauge as this, isn't it? Or was this a different wire? This is a different wire.
It's a different.
It's a thicker wire. But the positive and the negative, if they're both not thick enough,
we'd have to wait for an amp install kit if you want to do thicker wire. Notice the camera overheated. All right, that guy can go somewhere down in here with some extra.
this is the negative for the power that goes up front, which actually, again, I don't know why we use this. Wait, what is this one going to? Is this, oh, this is the amp. All right, so this needs to go on here. Actually, let's put that one on first.
All right, so this feeds your amp. That's got to go down.
Do you want to go beside it that way?
Yeah, we could do that too. I mean, I don't know that running it underneath the amp gives you more room for sure.
Did you want to go behind it?
I did want to, but
Yeah, I might as well cut off what you want now.
yep. And then I'm gonna get a clamp. Tie this up nice right there. One big bunch. How much should I leave for the amp? All right, just a little update here. I am working on cleaning up the wiring inside the bay now. We have almost everything hooked up that we need to hook up, but now we got to make room in this bay. And so part of that entails untangling a lot of this mess. We're in the middle of cleaning up the wiring, so we're basically running our comm cable and our actual power cable from our, it's a charging cable, from our charger to our battery. And so we're just taking clamps and going along the edge and kind of clamping down to clean up the bay real nice.
So it has to switch over to the positive,
What does?
this blue wire. so we're back. We spent about an hour, probably equivalent, working on this bay here, getting things tightened up with all the additional items that we included in here. So to kind of run through this real fast, obviously you got the main battery. From here, what we did was go to a reducer, which is a 48 to 12 volt reducer. From that point, we jumped it over to a fuse panel, just in case we wanted to run any 12 volt optional electronics, but we haven't decided about that yet. From here, we have a converter from DC to AC that gives us a 110 option. And then over here is the charger itself. So we spent time really kind of going through everything, making sure all the wires were tight. We've prepped ourselves already for an amplifier that we're going to work on next. But the biggest thing is making sure everything was tight, up and out of the way, to give ourselves a good idea of how much room we can have for an amplifier. So earlier in this video, what you'll see is that we had a Boss amp. After breaking it out, looking at the dimensions, we figured that it just wasn't going to work for us. So we're going to go back to the drawing board, find an amp that makes sense that will fit inside this compartment here itself. And then our next steps are going to be installing the dash with the speakers and the rest of the equipment for the stereo. So it looks great, very clean in here. We're going to do some additional cleaning up around here, but we are pretty much set, ready to go.
If we're going to rip the dash apart, we could connect your front speakers and run the wires to the back.
All right, so next we would need to pull the steering wheel off to install the dash, but we kind of get all the wiring done first. We do all that because I have to drive this thing around.
That's what I'm saying. We can't just leave it in a state where it won't.
We got to figure out the remote wire.
We'll just jump from the positive lead on the amp to the actual power positive on the back of the amp to the remote, just a little jumper wire.
You know, it's kind of a shame that we couldn't figure out some way to just connect.
To make that work?
Does this come off? Will we take this off? Does this dash with the cup holders come off?
Yes.
It does, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. All that comes up.
So it just, all the wiring just floats back there? It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yep, it just sits back there. Everything that you don't reuse.
You know, it's pretty clean install.
Yeah, it looks good so far. I think we'll get it. It's going to look way better with an amp in there.
Yeah.
And all that stuff's covered. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and we're back again for episode 5 of the golf cart. And today, you guys saw we published one that was mostly getting the wiring thought out, getting everything inside of the engine bay, and cleaning up all the wiring. Joe, how did that come out in your opinion?
No, I think it looks really good. Again, with how much space you get back from getting rid of all those batteries, we're able to fit in all types of stuff here. So the last thing that we're going to install for this particular build is going to be an amp that we found online. I think it's going to work perfect for what we're doing. And then we're going to put some speakers in the back here, as well as some speakers in the front and the new dash, and it's going to be pretty much ready to go.
Yeah, so we did a lot of research on amplifiers, and I do a lot of watching oldschoolstereo.com on YouTube. He's a big fan of tar amps, and he has amp dynoed them. And from what he says, they're very underrated. This amp is extremely small, and it has absolutely cool reviews. We're hoping, even though it's small, it puts out a decent amount of power, and we decided if it doesn't, we'll probably go for one of their mono subwoofer amps and separate out the sub from the 4 other speakers. It'll be easy once we have our wiring already established right there. So what's our first step here? What are we gonna do right now?
Yeah, so to start chipping away at this, the first thing we're gonna do is come back here. The plan is to put 5 total speakers in. So we're gonna have 4 6.5 speakers that are waterproof, marine grade. 2 are gonna go back here in this particular section, and then 2 will be in the dash with the subwoofer in the rear. So the first thing we're gonna do is knock out getting the holes for these to be put in, get them wired up, and get those wires ran up here to the amp.
Okay, do we have to take your back seat off to do that?
Yeah, so it'll make life a lot easier. I think we're gonna have to get in there with a jigsaw to make the cut. So we're gonna take this back seat off just to make our life a little bit easier. 4 bolts, I think, total, so it won't take about a few minutes to get this off, and it'll make our lives a lot easier to put these speakers in.
Gotcha, okay, cool. So we're gonna need our wrenches and also our jigsaw to go ahead and do that. So
absolutely.
Let's go ahead and get all that stuff gathered up because we don't have the tools we need right now.
Yep, let's do it.
Oh, here they go. They got it. They got it. All right, today we got this entire frozen turkey to throw to the alligators, and I'm really curious what's going to happen when we throw this out there. What do you guys think? Put it in the comments right now. Let's do this. The first thing we got to do to get this frozen turkey out there to the alligators is get this guy unpackaged. This thing is old, so it's time to get rid of it. Now I'm wondering if I'm going to be able to unpackage it, so I'm going to try to get this skin off of here now with it completely frozen. Let's see what I can do. We got this thing unboxed, unpackaged, whatever you want to call it. Now we got to put gloves on. It's freezing cold, and get this outside and see what happens when the gators grab it. All right, we got some eggs to get the alligators interested first, and then we're going to throw a frozen turkey out there and see what happens. Now you guys saw when we threw a dead bird. We're going to find out what happens with a frozen turkey real quick. Let's do this. And we already got one coming over. Let's throw him some eggs. Oh, he's the big one too. He's hissing at me. All right, let's give him an egg. Get your egg. Here comes another one over here on this side. And we got another one coming up. We got one over here. And we got a bird. All right. And he got that one. He got the egg. He spit it out. They are not too interested in the eggs. Oh, look at these two fighting. They totally fought. And this is all the eggs. Now let's see if we can get that. Oh no, 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 don't go in the water. Don't go in the water. All right, it almost went in the water. Are they interested in the eggs? All right, let's see if he'll take. He's trying. Let's see if he'll take the frozen turkey. All right, here we go. Completely frozen, 100% frozen turkey. Oh, he is so confused. He is so confused. He's trying to eat eggs. Oh, they're fighting. He doesn't understand it. He just cares about the eggs. Oh, he almost got it. He doesn't understand it. Okay. I think he smells it, but he can't really get it. You can see the turkey is putting some smell out into the water. Let's see if they're going to do anything. There's a turtle right next to it. Soft shell. A turtle's trying to drag it in the water. A turtle thinks he can drag it, and he almost had it. There's all kinds of turtles coming up. Fish. A turtle was dragging it into the water. Oh. Alligator got the egg. Oh, he might see it. He might see it. All right, here it comes. He got it. He got it. Oh yeah, let's go. Oh, here they go. He got it. He got it. He went down to the bottom with it. He's rolling with it. Shut up. Awesome. He grabbed it and started rolling with it. That's amazing. Look, he's still going after it. Wow, crazy. He got a piece off of it. That was insane. He took it to the bottom and started rolling with it till he got a chunk off of it. And now it's just floating in the water. I'm waiting to see if they're going to grab it again. But there's fish jumping around near it. He did take it though. He's right there. Come on, get it, dude. It's right there. He took that thing and rolled with it. Let's see if he's going to do it again. Oh, here comes the other guy. Right for it. Here he comes. Yep, he got it. He's got it underwater. He's rolling with it. He's rolling with it. He's got the whole thing in his mouth. They roll around with it. I guess they're having trouble getting the meat off of it, and now he's over there with it. He's taking it to his homeland. All right, he's got it way over there now. He took it way away from the other gator, which is right down here, and he's going to take it to his own little area where he can chomp down on it. Crazy. What a cool thing to see, them rolling with these things. Welcome back to the channel. And today, I know you guys are all curious what the heck an OTG is, so we're going to look into it. I mean, that's one right there. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you have Brad here, and this is the blue, and we have the appropriate blue light here to celebrate the blue USB-C to USB OTG adapter here. And that is a OTG adapter because it is called a USB on-the-go adapter. Now, taking a look at this USB OTG adapter here closer, you can see here it has a USB Type-C on this end, a male USB Type-C, and on this side it has a USB, it looks like 3.0 because it is blue, and then it has a female USB-C adapter as well. Now, what could this possibly be for? Well, we're going to take a look at that right now. Guys, here we are in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and we are going to be trying to figure out what the heck this guy actually is used for. And so we are in front of a charger, and now we are taking this guy right here, and we get into the device that we are actually using right now. And I am telling you guys now that it is plugged in. And I am taking this USB-C charger, and now the USB OTG adapter is glowing blue. You can't see it because we're on the phone, and you cannot see that I am plugging in this charger to the end of the USB OTG adapter, and I'm going to tell you guys what happens. Okay, so on the screen, the charge indicator just went on. That is wonderful. So now the phone is connected to the USB on-the-go adapter. OTG means on the go. And it is glowing blue, and it is charging the phone. Now let's go take a look at what happens next. Guys, in front of me right here, right now, we have the Kingston HyperX Quadcast microphone, which has a USB Type-C connector right here on the back. If you see through here, right there, USB Type-C connector right on it. I don't know why my focus isn't working properly. We have USB Type-C cables here, so USB Type-C on both ends, and we have USB-B to USB-C here. Let me get these open and we'll show you why. We now have one USB-C cable open, one USB-B to C cable open, and we are going to take this USB Type-C cable, plug one end of it into this super fast charger. This is a 10-foot long cable. Now we are plugging the other end into the USB on-the-go adapter, which you cannot see because it is connected to this phone. Let me get that plugged in now. Sorry for the craziness. I'll stop down and do that. Okay, we have the USB-C plugged into the on-the-go adapter, which is then plugged into the phone that we're on now, so we obviously can't show it. But now, what is this guy for? So this also plugs into the phone USB on-the-go adapter that is connected to the phone, but this end actually plugs in to the microphone here, or any USB-C device right there, which I cannot do with one hand, most likely, so let me do that now. Okay, we've got our USB Type-B plugged in, or Type-C rather, plugged into the Kingston HyperX. Now the other end goes into the USB on-the-go adapter. Let's see what happens when I plug it in. Absolutely nothing. It's supposed to light up. This might be upside down. So I read somewhere on the instructions that this only works one way. So let me get that turned over. Guys, we have let me turn the mic around. We have this working. It did not work at first, and I thought for sure we were going to have to send this back, but yes, we have the HyperX mic now powered by the phone. Let me go ahead and zoom out. Guys, yes, we have this working. This USB-B to C cable is plugged into the phone. The phone is charging. Yes, I verified it just now. The phone is charging and the microphone should be working now through the phone. Now what that means is we can record directly to the phone and we don't have to go through the PC to record, and we can charge our phone at the same time because we have this on-the-go adapter plugged into the phone right now, and the mic is plugged into the phone. If you do this without the on-the-go adapter, you're basically just draining your battery and you're running the light on the microphone as well off your battery on your phone. So this allows you to do both. So this is exactly what I wanted you guys to see on this USB Type-C on-the-go adapter for any device, and we will take a look at it online now. Hey guys, welcome back to another unboxing and review, and today we are taking a look at this, whatever it's called, a blue brand, whatever blue brand is, USB-C on-the-go adapter. 2-in-1 USB-C to USB female with 60-watt PD charging port adapter compatible. Samsung Galaxy blah 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 Google TV Blue. And this is what it looks like. Now let's go take a look at what USB on the go actually is. USB OTG wiki. So it says right here is a specification that was first used in 2001. So basically it just allows your phone or tablet to be a host, so you can use flash drives or mice or keyboards or anything like that on your device. I know it sounds weird, but yeah, they won't plug directly in. Now, I don't think all of them will plug directly in. This microphone here that you can't see, this HyperX Quadcast, does work directly connected to my phone with a USB-C to USB-C type cable. Now, the reason that we got the USB-C on-the-go adapter is so we can charge the phone while we have a peripheral hook to it. Now remember, your phone only has one USB port, so how are you going to charge it if you're using the port for something like a USB microphone? So yeah, the USB Type-C on-the-go adapter, it introduced the concept of performing both host and peripheral roles. So wherever two USB devices are connected and one of them is an on-the-go device, they establish a communication link. The device controlling the link is called the host, the other one is called the peripheral. And USB OTG defines roles, USB-A and USB-B, specifying which side supplies power to the link, which is usually the host. The OTG-A device is a power supplier and the B device is a power consumer in the default link configuration. So that is how it works, and that is where USB on the go was initiated. And here is one right there, and it doesn't have a way to charge. So how are you going to charge your phone if you just have that? It needs to have a splitter on it as well. So yeah, you can see here a phone connected with a USB on the go to a bunch of stuff here. They've got a mouse, a keyboard, a charger, and you can even get one that has a HDMI on it, like a hub, and you can display your phone on a monitor. So here's some more information about USB on the go, which I will place in a link in the description. And now let's go back to Amazon and take a look at the one we just got. There is the beautiful blue OTG adapter, is what it says on the box, assuming Because it's blue? I don't know. It doesn't say. It's a Asdor. And it has a one USB-C 60-watt charging port, one USB 2.0 port, and it says supporting connecting with USB port for high data transfer, and USB on the go 480 megabits per second. Use it for things like computer peripherals like flash drives, keyboards, hub, mouse, and more. It says it's widely compatible, and it lists a whole ton of stuff on what you can put this guy on. It says it supports 60-watt PD fast charging. I did not verify that on the phone that it was in fact fast charging. I probably should have done that. And it has nylon braided cable here for you. Taking a look at some of the other things you can purchase that are notable. This one right here is kind of the same exact thing. It just has braided pigtails instead of having it on a dedicated box here. Some questions here like, will it work with an external hard drive? It says yes, it will. Want to connect my mouse on USB port and monitor on C port. But this is not how that works. This is not a Thunderbolt port. This is not Thunderbolt. You cannot put a Thunderbolt monitor on this. USB Type-C is not Thunderbolt. A lot of people don't get that. You can have a USB Type-C port on your computer and it will not always be Thunderbolt. You have to have a specific USB-C Thunderbolt port to use that with Thunderbolt peripherals. There are 53 total questions here, and you should go through these if you're thinking about buying this product. And let's go take a look at some of the reviews. It has 4.3 stars, some of the 1-star reviews. Let's see what those are. OTG port stopped working as soon as power is plugged in. That's not the case for me. The lovely microphone here kept working when I plugged power into the device, and it did charge the phone. It does not work with an Amazon Fire tablet, but please remember, Amazon Fire tablets are not Android tablets. They are specific to Amazon. Yes, they use Android as a base operating system, but they do not have a full Android kernel. Just like GPS doesn't work on my Amazon tablet with some speedometer apps. This says does not work at all. I beg to differ. This is not made for freeing up a USB-C port on the computer. Not at all what it's made for. Terrible review. Doesn't charge and transfer data. Mine does. Charge and let the microphone work. Unless there's no audio on my phone, which it does. It did say it was recording through the Type-C port. So let's go back and see if there is actually audio on my clip. We are looking for the clip that I just recorded. Let's see. This should have audio in it. Let's open it up in the video player. It's plugged into the phone. The phone is charging. Yes, I verified it just now. The phone is charging and the microphone should be working now through the phone. Now what that means is verified that this review is garbage. At least in this case it was garbage because mine works fine. While it is plugged in to power, it does charge the phone and it does let the microphone work. You just heard it. You'll see it on the actual video too. This guy says it was just a charge extender and it didn't do anything else. I beg to differ, so I don't know what these people are having problems with. But let's go to the 5-star reviews. Works as advertised for iPad Pro. Works for a 3D printer. Works for connecting a webcam to Chromecast. Worked with a portable hard drive. I haven't tried a USB stick, but I'm sure it works great. Works for Octave 4. I mean, we could try a USB stick. I have a bunch of USB sticks in here, and I have the on-the-go adapter ready to go. I actually have other things in here as well. I will definitely test that out and let you guys know if it works. I don't know if I have anything on the stick itself. I mean, I guess why not? Let's try it. Okay, I'm gonna get this USB stick fired up and grab the adapter. All right, we got the on-the-go adapter, USB stick. I don't know what's on it. I'm gonna plug it in and see what happens. Aha, we got a USB indicator. But it just says charging connected device via USB, which is not correct. Other USB options, okay. USB controlled by, you can select this device or connected device. Okay, so there's other options. You can actually transfer files, tether, MIDI, other things. I don't know why it wants to charge. USB controlled by the, yeah, if you select USB controlled by this device, you can then transfer files. So it does work. Does work. Awesome. I'm hyped. It is working as intended. So yeah, the USB on-the-go adapter, there will be a link in the description to this. It is from AZDDUR. Guys, please like and subscribe to my videos. Please, even if you're not buying the on-the-go adapter, please click the links in my description and purchase your products through them. It helps me and it doesn't hurt you one bit. You don't pay a commission at all. Amazon will pay me no matter what you buy. I don't make money off the channel. I lose tons of money on the channel. And we love you guys and thank you so much for tuning in to Supercar Street Racing and watching this review of this USB OTG adapter. And we'll see you next time. Dude, I can see your wrinkles. Can get so close. And he bailed. Hey, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm so excited to have you guys back today in our brand new 4K production studio. Today, we're going to take a whole tour of this beautiful brand new facility and tell you what this is going to mean for the channel, because this was built specifically to enhance your experience with Supercar Street Racing. And you can see behind me here this beautiful editing rig set up and ready to go. So let's take a look at the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. You got Brad, and today is the day to give the formal studio tour. The studio is 98% done. I just have a couple of lighting things to do. So we are going to start here on the outside. So this is a lean-to building, and yes, the fence is crooked, not the building. The building is straight 100%. The fence goes on an angle, so there is a narrowing path right here. But starting on the outside here, we have the LG super quiet dual inverter air conditioner system, and that is the same unit that I have in my bedroom. It is a 10,000 BTU unit that runs on 110 volt AC, and you can see here I did frame around it and cut into the wall to mount the AC, then sealed up everything really nice around the air conditioner. The wiring inside, I will show you when we get inside. It is hidden completely, and that is how the studio is cooled. And in the wintertime, we will just have a small space heater. Now you can also see here on the outside, we have LED lighting installed all the way around the perimeter. It puts a nice downlight onto the studio. And I also did get gutters installed to move the water away from the door and away from the studio, as we had an issue where the concrete was not poured correctly and the water was running towards, so that will fix that. The door eventually will be replaced with a real door. Right now it's just a shed door, does not close very well, so that will be done in the future. And that is a look at the outside of this nice 150 something or 160 something square foot studio. And now we move into the interior. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you are in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and we are going to give you guys a very quick tour of the studio and show you all the amazing features. And the studio is 99.9% done, and so let's start the tour, guys. On this side of the studio, when you enter, you will see the LG dual inverter super quiet air conditioning system. This is a 10,000 BTU unit. I have a review on my channel. I will post a link in the description to this guy. It is Wi-Fi controlled with the ThinkQ app. It is very awesome. It makes very little noise. You don't hear when the compressor kicks on whatsoever. This is how I'm cooling the studio. I did build it directly into the wall, sealed it really nicely, and then with my foam tile skills, I foam tiled all the way around it, and then the wiring actually goes right over here inside the wall and plugs in right there very nicely where you can't see it. I didn't want to do it inside the wall, so I did it on the external there. Moving to the right of the AC unit, we've got a wall plate here with a Cat 5 or Cat 6, whatever you want to call it, jack, and an HDMI. That Cat 6 goes to the switch, and the HDMI cable goes up here to the Psyche or whatever you want to call it, 32-inch monitor. Now, we have the HDMI down there, so we are capable of plugging in anything to this guy and displaying it from either the corner of this desk or whatever you want to do. You can easily just plug right there, and there's power conveniently located there as well. So that is the Seiki 32-inch television / HD monitor with a Fire Stick 4K plugged into it. Now, this is the only guy that doesn't have Ethernet. Now, we can add Ethernet. I do have an Ethernet adapter for these Fire Sticks, so we might do that because I want all Ethernet, not Wi-Fi on my monitors. So yeah, so that is the first thing you see on the left. For reference, the door is right there. You walk in and look to your left, and the television is right there. Stepping back and looking towards the door, we have the Echo Show 15. You guys are familiar with this from my video review, and I will put a link to that video also in the description. Now, this Echo Show 15, I did flush mount completely into the wall. I was able to nicely get that to flush all the way in by adding a cross support inside, and I wired it up inside the wall. You guys all know this, the Echo Show 15 does have the built-in Fire TV, and I have a very popular video about how to install Kodi on that. They have disabled a lot of the ability to do that, but we still have the beautiful Echo Show 15 right there, and right below that we have our smart switch for the outdoor lighting and our regular standard switch, because all these lights up here, which I will show you next, are smart. Moving up to the left of the Echo Show, we have a wall plate. In the actual wall, there are two of them. There's one over there as well. This is going to be for Govee lighting. The hexagon panels are going here. I have not purchased them yet, but I will be putting the Govee hexagon lighting right there. And moving back to the front, and obviously I forgot a few foam tiles up there, which I will have to get back to. Moving up to the front, we have a switch right there for Ethernet. It's a gigabit switch, and you can see all the active ports on it, and I will put a link in the description to that switch. Those Ethernet cables all run through the entire studio, and now I'm having an OCD attack because I literally forgot that I didn't finish these tiles, and hopefully I have enough to do it. I have like 5 or 6, but anyway, yeah, that part I completely forgot. So there's the Ethernet switch, guys. I hope you like that switch right there, Netgear, and there is a good look at that guy right there. Now you notice I did put the power in the wall as well, because right below the Netgear switch we have the Harbinger 12-inch powered studio monitors right here, and the input from those goes down to the receiver below. On the left side of the desk here, the editing desk, we have a HP all-in-one computer. Now this one is the one that I have a video on my channel for. I will put a link to this guy in the description. This is the one that we got for free and we refurbished, and you can see here it looks absolutely fantastic sitting on the corner of the desk. And I have a smart bulb lamp back here with a Gobi smart bulb. So that sits on the left side of the desk with a stool, and then we have the Fire TV remote, and I put labels on the back of all these, and that fits right up there nicely. So that's the left side of the desk. Moving underneath the desk, you can see the editing rig sitting there nicely under there. You can see my wiring skills. I did all the cable management under the desk. And then you can see here how I did all the stuff inside the wall. We have a dual Cat6 plate there. We've got RCA plates for the front speakers. Those go to the preamp output from the Marantz 1711. We then have our HDMI jacks that feed the monitors. So 2 HDMI jacks, those go, one goes to the Marantz, the other one goes directly to the back of the editing PC. We then have our 7.2 wall plate with all of the wiring running up through some tubing and going to the back of the Marantz NR1711. And then we have power. All I need to do is kind of tie that up a little bit. And yeah, so that should be good for underneath. And then over here, underneath the HP all-in-one, we have a Cat6 jack, we have power, and we have HDMI over there running to that monitor in case anyone wants to monitor their systems. Moving up from the desk, we have our Amazon 4K 50-inch monitor. This editing PC, one via the Marantz receiver, one directly connected. And moving behind them, we have the Govi immersive lighting on the back and all of the wall plates. We do have Ethernet, HDMI, and then we have another HDMI plate running to the bottom down here so that anyone can connect their laptop or other device. I know it's hard to see here, but there is an HDMI plate here that says lower plate. It runs down behind here, and there will be a small desk here set up for a laptop as soon as I find one. Same with the second TV, or monitor, there is a wall plate down there, or actually behind it on HDMI running underneath the desk, which is very hard to see because it's dark. And that is the setup for the monitors on the editing rig. Moving to the sound, up above that monitor there, you can clearly see the center channel speaker. I will put a link in the description to these in-wall speakers. I chose to go with square because they're easier to cut the foam around than round. We have the center there. Don't forget our fronts are Harbinger powered monitors here. And we have our side surround there where the foam is coming off that I have to re-glue. And we have our rears there. Those are all the in-wall speakers, completing the sound system here for the 7.2 surround sound for the audio rig. Okay, moving to the bass part of the sound system, we have the Polk PSW10, and that is from the house, and I got a brand new one in the house, so I will be showing you guys that at another point when we review it. So that is the sub for the sound system. I wanted to get something that would fit there, but it's not gonna happen. So this one will probably go somewhere like in the corner here or somewhere inconspicuous. I'm not 100% sure yet. It depends on what I do with a desk here. It actually could go way under here and be fine, so we will get to that when we get to it. But that is the sound system base, and then above that we have our refurbished thrift store Mac that may or may not stay in here. Moving to the corner, I originally had planned the subwoofer here, so we have our subwoofer wall plate there with RCA cables and power conveniently located. But for now, it is not possible because this is just too big, so I might move the sub underneath the desk over there where it's not in the way. And then moving to the rear, we have a futon with some nice pillows, and that is the rear, along with this nice black coffee table that I refurbished myself. That is the rear of the studio for guests to hang out while I edit, or to sleep in here, it's possible as well. And that's the rear, or sort of the side. If you're looking at the door here, you rotate around this way, there's the editing, and if you keep going to your right, there is the futon and coffee table. So if you come in the door and you immediately look to your right, we have up here in the corner another wall plate with receptacles for Govee hexagon lighting. We have our 43-inch Amazon TV here, which was not on, but I will show you guys that now. And for whatever reason, it affects both televisions. I don't know why that is the case. They're supposed to be locked to their own guy, but this one is affecting the one behind me, which is hilarious. When I pushed the home button, this guy went home too. So yeah, so this is a 43-inch 4K Amazon TV monitor, and that has its own built-in, obviously, Fire TV system, and behind it, it is hardwire Ethernet to the switch up in the corner right there. And that completes this side of the room. If we look down here, we have a Cat 6 wall plate, so you can hook up here and chill and have wired Ethernet. If we look down here, we have Cat 6 and HDMI. HDMI feeds the second input to this monitor, and then you have power. So this is capable of also displaying up here, and that rounds off this side of the room. Guys, moving up to the top of the ceiling, we have the Govee canned recess lighting. It's actually just pucks lighting. It is smart lighting. There are 6 of these. There are 4 in the studio part here, and there are 2 behind the televisions up there. And they are all smart controlled. Alexa, set the studio switch lighting to blue. Alexa, set the studio switch lighting to 5%. Alexa, set the studio switch lights to red. Guys, there we have the Govee puck lighting, and I will have a link in the description to these. They can be synced with the Govee immersive lighting behind the television, or they can run independently, and I have them set in different groups, so these can come on separately and do some backlighting there. And that is rounding off the amazing lighting at the Supercar Street Racing Studio. Guys, that's gonna wrap up a tour of the Supercar Street Racing Studio. I'm so glad you guys decided to join us today, and I hope you like the studio, and we will see you next time on the channel, hopefully soon, with some more exciting things your way. What happened to my pool? Went to bed last night, everything was fine. I get up, and now it looks like this. And then I walk straight into this water, and I get typhoid fever, and I get... Today we are starting on the garage door project, and the first step of this is we have to have power run over to the new garage door opener area, before Monday. So we're going to go ahead and do that now on Supercar Street Racing. And here's the parts we're going to use. All we're basically going to do today is start off by prepping these parts. back in the SCSR kitchen now with the receptacle for the new jack shaft garage door opener. Now, as you can see, yesterday we did get the receptacle and the cover plate painted black. It does have a little tiny little white spot, no big deal. You won't be able to see that. But these are going up on the ceiling where we cut the hole yesterday and got super lucky, and we're like a billionth of a millimeter from the joist up in the ceiling. So first things first, all we have to do right here and right now is to get this pre-wired. And so to do that, we're going to go ahead and open up the back of the receptacle, whatever this is called, the wall box. And this is a type that screws in from like that. And then the tab goes around and holds it to the drywall. It's for just cutting a hole in the drywall. And now we just simply feed our brand new Romex wire. We got 25 feet of 14/2, which is 14 gauge Romex. We feed it right through the box like that, and the rest of which will go in the ceiling before we seal the hole up with the receptacle box. But first, we need to pre-wire this receptacle. Remember, when you do these receptacles, the white wire, the neutral wire, always goes to the left. You see the larger of the two slots on this receptacle, the neutral wire goes to the left when you're facing the receptacle. And now we need a razor knife, which I will go get. Take this Romex wire and strip off enough. Strip off the Romex, strip the paper off the ground. Ground wire is the bare copper wire. Take your scissors. Now let's see if our wire strippers still work. These have been giving me fits lately, probably because I don't know how to operate them. Okay, we got our wire strip back, and we are going to use the back, the quick connector, where you just push through the back of the receptacle. And don't forget, white goes to the left, so white would be this side. So you either use the top or the bottom. You don't use one of each. So the top, left side here, you just push the wire in and it locks in place. Same with the black wire, push the wire in and it'll lock, supposedly. Oh, wrong hole. That's what she said.
That's what she said.
All right, that is in there. And it doesn't look like I stripped back the ground enough, but we'll make it work. Now remember, when you are doing your ground, any screw actually, when you make your loop, if you're gonna do the screw, your loop always goes in the direction to tighten the screw. You put the loop in like this, the direction of the tighten. Does that make sense? All right, we have successfully finished the first part of getting our new garage door and garage door opener installed. This is the new Chamberlain RJ101, I believe is the model number, jack shaft opener. Hopefully it's better than this piece of junk up here, which every day or two disconnects from Wi-Fi, and it's almost impossible to get it reconnected. It is the biggest hunk. It will not go into Wi-Fi setup mode no matter what. I have to play with it for 10 or 15 minutes to get it to reconnect to Wi-Fi. And then over here, we did install this electrical outlet and tested it, and it does work. That will be for the opener that will go right here on the wall, and they will just run the plug directly up to the ceiling right there. The garage door will be here on Monday. It is an Amar Vista garage door to replace this. It has frosted glass, and then they will also install the opener for me, and all this up here will go away. All right, welcome back to the channel. We are currently out here in the garage waiting for the garage door to be delivered, and they said they are about 10 or 15 minutes away. So we are just going to set up the camera and put video up of them installing the garage door and this jack shaft opener here. So let's do this. All right, guys, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and you can see right here and right now, the garage door company just left and installed the Amar Vista garage door into the garage and the jack shaft opener. And you can see that up here, it eliminated all of this track, and all we have to do now is just shorten this cord from my extension right here and paint that ceiling black. And then over here on the side, you can see they did install the jack shaft opener where I put the power, and you can see it right there, and it looks so good. And you can see it right there. It looks so different, and it is a Chamberlain jack shaft opener. I had no problems with it like I've had with this garage door opener up above. It joined straight to Wi-Fi and was fine. I just have to tie up the wiring right there. And if you see right here and right now, This garage door looks awesome. Let's take it outside now where we can see the outside. All right, we are outside Supercar Street Racing compound, and you can see the AMAR Vista garage door installed from the outside with the frosted glass. And of course you cannot see through this, but it is letting some light through, and you can see the hexagon lights here looking so fly and so fresh. And the sprinklers are going off, and I did tie the sprinklers into the city water so that it would not ruin my pavers with the rust. But stepping back, the house looks absolutely cool now with the new driveway and the new AMAR garage door with frosted glass. It's a Vista. I'll put a link in the description to this right now, but I'll step back here now. That is how the house looks from the street now. And you can see all of the fun things that we have done, wrapping up to be a pretty cool looking place. And walking back up right here and right now, we did the mailbox, the tree delete, new sod, tied the sprinklers in, redid all the sprinklers for the new setup. And now all we have to do is finish our gardens, edging, and same thing over here. Gonna re-edge this. And that should do it. And oh, also the new lounge area right here looking fly as heck. Guys, I just wanted to make one final video here of the outside of the house. And you can see right here that we have the house lights set on light blue. And we have the garage lights set on red, and this is what it looks like from the street. And we can change the internal colors of the garage as well, but this is what it looks like from the street the way it is right now. It looks insane and just a crazy cool looking exterior now. A million times improvement over what it was before. And I hope that you guys like this video, and if you're interested in any of this stuff, drop me a comment or an email, supercarstreetracing@gmail.com, and I can talk to you guys about how I did it. One more video here of the light blue, and this looks insane. Level 1000, guys. I love it. This thing does 8K video. Whoa. What?
Oh, so where you scrolling out of the attic? I thought we was going in there.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad here, and we are in the Supercar Street Racing living room right now. And right behind me, Wim reached out to the channel to see if we wanted to work on some of their new cool products. And of course, I said 1000% my viewers love Wim. They love the Wim Ultra sitting right over here in the audio closet. They will love the Wim amp, and we got the Wim sub too. They sent us both of these to check out. Check this out, guys. Today on the channel, we're gonna be opening up both of these guys and taking a look about what they are and how they work. You're gonna like this today. I'm hyped for you guys to be here. Let's get rolling. The train's going out right now. We are back in the supercar street racing amazing living room. You got Brad here again as usual. And today is Friday, so I'm super hyped about the weekend coming up, but I'm even more hyped about the WIM Amp Ultra sitting right here, so flying fresh. And then also the WIM Sub. I have not even cracked the box open on this because I wanted you guys to see it when I see it. And look at this WIM Amp Ultra right here. This is so perfect for a lot of different people. You're gonna be so hyped when you see this. And it has a built-in amplifier. That's why it's called the WIM Amp Ultra. Not to be confused with Winamp, the MP3 player on the PC. But let's go ahead and see what this is all about today. I love WIM, and I have one right over here. You guys have seen this. This is my whole home audio system right here, and the WIM is sitting right there and supplying the entire house with killer audio. And so of course we love it. So let's go ahead and see what these two things are all about today. We're gonna get these things unboxed here momentarily. So this is the WIM Ultra preamplifier, which I bought because I thought it was so cool that it had subwoofer outputs and does all the streaming. And it has been a workhorse for the SCSR compound and the whole home audio system that I built right here. You guys can see that video on my channel where I rebuilt this whole entire closet for one purpose, actually two. To feed my whole home audio system here, to also feed bass to all my subwoofers with this bad boy EX1200 subharmonic synthesizer. And now it is also doubled as my live stream. We got the ASUS NUC 15 Pro right there, streaming right now on YouTube Live. You guys are live on this webcam right here. And then of course my YouTube silver play button is housed here, so fly and so fresh. And so today we're taking a different look at a WIM product because this one actually has a built-in amplifier. So that's going to be kind of exciting to see exactly what that can do for us. And all that is sitting right here on the table today. So I'm so hyped to get this opened up. Let's go ahead and start this unboxing session, but I don't know what to get first. All right, we have a double unboxing today because WIM was kind enough to send us two of their products here. This is the WIM Amp Ultra. Now you guys saw over there, I do have the WIM Ultra preamp, which is feeding the whole home audio system. This is another ball game. This guy actually has built-in amplification and high-res audio, you can see right there. And on the back, it shows you all of the different connections on the back, the rear ports. It looks like you've got a nice optical jack, so that's Toslink. You've got HDMI, and that's only for ARC. You've got USB, LAN. You've got a input here. You've got a right and a left channel amplified out, and you've also got a subwoofer output. Now notice there is no RCA outputs for this, so it does not have outputs to feed an amplifier. And it shows you what's inside the box. We should be getting a WIM Amp Ultra remote, a user guide, a power cable, an HDMI cable, an RCA cable, and an optical cable. You get all that with it, and banana plugs. They give you banana plugs. Now, who gives you free banana plugs? You can see right here, this guy supports Dolby Audio and HDMI, and it does support Spotify, Tidal, Google Cast, and Alexa, and so much more. It does YouTube music and plenty of other streaming services. I know that because I use it every single day over there in the audio closet. And that's a look at the box for the WIM Amp Ultra. And then we have right below that the WIM Sub. Now this thing is an 8-inch subwoofer, and I have heard some complaints online that it's bigger than most subs. And we got our SCSR compound knife here. It's our Smith & Wesson knife. I love adding extra subwoofers to my house. You can never have enough bass. And it is kissing the Serwin Vega subwoofer. The packaging is very nice. Here we have the WIM Sub, and inside of this box, another box, and it appears to be upside down. So let's do that move again, and this thing looks so cool. It is a very clean packaging. There's not a lot on the box. All you do see is the subwoofer here. There's some stuff on the back. What's inside? You get a sub, you get a power cable, and you get a RCA cable. And if I remember correctly, this has a single LFE input. It does not have a stereo input for bass. But the cool thing about this guy is it also supports network for feeding it if you have a WIM Ultra or a WIM amp like is sitting in the box. Right on top of the Sub Pro, we have a nice user manual there, and we have our accessory box right here. It looks like this will house the power cable and all of the other cabling that they give you. And then inside of here, looking so fresh underneath this protective styrofoam condom, is the WIM sub. And I'll be honest with you, it is actually smaller than I thought it was. This is not a large subwoofer at all. This is a small, it is compact. And look at the WIM Sub Pro here. Wow, this thing is so cool. It's finished in piano black, power here. It actually can accept LAN, which is kind of cool. So you can feed it with network, or you can feed it with RCA, and then there is a reset button right here. But yeah, this is all the connections on the back. And the front, it does have rubber feet on the bottom, by the way. The front does look just like this. What a cool unit this is, man. I'm so hyped to review this for you guys. This thing actually doesn't even need a connection. It can do Wi-Fi. So you can actually use Wi-Fi 6 on this, and supposedly you can put it anywhere. Your WIM amp or your WIM Ultra, they can interface with this guy without having cabling. Now let's look at what's inside the box here. One RCA cable and one power cable. That is all that is inside there. We're standing directly behind the WIM amp, and this is different from the WIM Ultra because this guy has built-in audio amplification. It also does have a subwoofer output, which is super cool because you can drive a powered subwoofer with this guy right here, or you can drive the WIM Sub Pro with it either wirelessly or wired. Either way, it'll work. We already showed you guys the outside of the box. Let's go ahead and break into the WIM amp and see what this guy is all about. Now, the WIM Ultra is sitting in my streaming closet right there for the whole home audio. This guy can work independently from the WIM Ultra, and it can also power its own speakers, which is awesome. So if you have a listening room or a media room, or even a television that you want to have like a little audio system with, this guy right here will do it. Now, right off the bat, we already see the WIM amp sitting right here. And then on both sides here, we have some accessory boxes. The packaging is out of this world already. It's awesome. So let's start with the accessories right here. And it looks like on this side, we have a box. Looks like we have 3 different cables in here. And the bag says biodegradable, so they are thinking about the environment here. This is a Toslink cable, optical cable, and this one right here is a HDMI cable. You got all those cables for free included, and that's kind of a great deal, to be honest with you. Not a lot of companies give you free cabling. And in this box, oh, you've got some awesome banana plugs. They gave you banana plugs for left and right, and they look like they're high quality banana plugs too. USB Type-C to USB Type-A included. And then here is the WIM remote right here, which is very fly. Now, unlike the WIM Ultra, they have changed the remote to silver. The WIM Ultra remote is black. And then here is the main unit, and it is sitting inside of a condom that we have to take off. And it does just peel right off, and you can see how cool these guys are. They are very high quality. Now notice in the back, these are made for banana plugs. You cannot use regular speaker wire on these. It comes with banana plug connections ready to go, so do not think that you're going to use regular speaker wires. You need to use these banana plugs, and these do assemble very easily. You simply unscrew them, put the wire in there, and then just tighten it down, and they push directly into the back of the WIM amp, and we will be able to add this to the app that we already have. And that's going to conclude the unboxing of the WIM amp Ultra. Why don't we go ahead and get the WIM sub set up and see if we can add it to the app that we already have. Now, I thought hard about where to put this WIM Sub Pro. I do have several subwoofers in this house, probably 7, but you can always have 8. I decided to put this in the living room. I thought this might sound good in the living room, and it is in a spot where it's not going to interfere with anything right next to this. It can move anytime. I am going to attempt to connect this via Wi-Fi. You can eat this bread tide later if you're hungry. Now you just take the other end of the cable, and it does plug into a regular US receptacle. Now, I can't go too close to the wall because the plug is actually hitting the wall. So that does limit your ability to get it close to anything. You can see right there in the back, the sub cord is hitting the wall. All we should have to do now is grab the app. We have my phone in front of us along with these Fly Costa gold glasses. To get going, we need to open the WIM app and we need to hit add device, and let's go see. And it found it immediately. I love that. How many times have you done this and it doesn't find your object or your device? Let's go setup. Connected successfully, let's go. And it's going to look for firmware. Update complete. We click done. Select or enter a custom name for your device. Living room. Select a device to connect to your WebSub Pro. Next, we did our WIM Ultra. Now it's going to analyze the room. Let's do that. Okay, it wants me to point the mic at the sub. Sit at the sweet spot where you typically enjoy listening to music. Okay, let's go to the couch for this. And we can go to the YouTube audio library. And we should be able to control our sub. Okay, we were successfully able to go ahead and set up the WIM Sub Pro. It is right down here on Wi-Fi, working perfectly, no issues whatsoever. And also there are a lot of options in the app for tuning the actual sub. You can change your own crossover levels, you can change the phase, and you can also set up the room fit where it kind of measures your sweet spot and adjusts its graphic EQ to make the room sound better. It's up to you whether you want to use that. You don't have to, but if you do, it is available in the software. But yeah, this thing sounds awesome. It is going to be a good addition to the SCSR compound and the whole home audio system because it does not have to have wiring. I thought about putting it down here where the PSW10 is, but that does not make sense because then the PSW10 is wired only. This guy can actually sit anywhere. Now the next thing we are going to do is go ahead and set up this WIM Amp Ultra. And I think, not 100% sure where I'm gonna put that yet. I have to think about this. We're in the Supercar Street Racing closet where I keep the wiring. We're gonna find some wire for this WIM amp, and this stuff right here is fine. Now these speakers are currently connected to the system with these weird banana plugs that don't plug in all the way for whatever reason. This wire does have ridges on one side, and that's how you know it's positive. But check these banana plugs out that they give you. Basically, you just put the wire in here, through there, and tighten it up. And then you tighten this wire, and that's it. Now, this amplifier only has stereo outputs. It is not a surround amplifier. It does have subwoofer out, though. This is done. This is how you wire up the speakers for the WIM amp. Now, take note on the back of the WIM Ultra, all of your inputs and outputs. You have a Toslink in. We got a USB, a LAN, and an input, a regular stereo RCA input, and then our subwoofer output, which is very cool. And it is coming up. Okay, we're recording on both devices now, and all we have to do is go to the WIM app. So we went into WIM Home. It found it already. That is so cool. It found the WIM Amp Ultra F38A already. And it is going to set up, and it might update the firmware. It is connecting to my Wi-Fi system now. And it automatically updated the time and the date on the front display, which is awesome. It is updating the firmware. Let's let it do that in peace. And it does say downloading. Has an interesting bar graph on the front that is similarly moving to the one on the app. Preparing to install the update now. Notice the cool control on the front. You do have a play button and a rotary control on the front. It says rebooting now. These are the Studio Monitor 4406s. From JBL. They have a 6-inch woofer and a dome tweeter. Now this guy does everything that the other WIM device does, but also has power outputs. And it is a touch screen, by the way, so you can touch anything on the front, and there's a good look at the apps on the front and the settings. Now it says to put the remote in pairing mode, and it is rechargeable, I think. There is a USB-C in the bottom. It says put it in pairing mode. Hold both the source and the mute button. I am pairing. All right, we are now completely done setting up our WIM amp. We cannot play most everything for you because copyright problems. All we can play basically is the YouTube audio library without getting in trouble, and we are paired with it now. Look at the front where it says Bluetooth. Now this thing does all kinds of cool streaming stuff, but like I said, we cannot do that because of issues with copyright, but it does support Amazon Music, all these iHeartRadio, KKBox, Napster, Pandora, YouTube Music, any of that stuff it supports. TuneIn, Internet Radio, Spotify, you name it, it is on here. Good old-fashioned Internet Radio, Google Cast, and Amazon Alexa. Now that we are in Bluetooth mode, we can go to the phone There's our volume. We can also use our remote for volume. Yes, this is copyright-free audio from the YouTube audio library. It does get very loud. 100 watts is what this guy puts out. It sounds very good, but you can also tailor that sound. You can also go into the settings on WIM and make it however you want. You can go into your audio settings, devices, settings. Then of course you can go through here and tailor all of your sound needs. You can actually go in and do an EQ. You can do room fit. You can check your audio settings. And if you just want to pick one of the pre-made ones, like rock, it'll probably be a curve, yes. Save that. Now we have an EQ. Yeah, you can definitely tell the difference. That's at volume 45. These studio monitors sound very good. Very nice. I love the Winamp Ultra. It has plenty of power for these power-hungry monitors as well. These guys are inefficient, so at 50 volume, it's pretty loud. You have a lot of choices as far as streaming, and also this guy can hook up to the subwoofer in the other room as well. The Sub Pro, which we showed you guys already, is wirelessly allowed to hook up to this thing. I don't know if it can do it at the same time as the WIM Ultra can, but it can connect the Sub Pro. And this is the first time I've used Wi-Fi on any of the WIM devices. It has worked flawlessly so far, no problems whatsoever. Yeah, we went through the settings on our other WIM video, so I will put a link to that down in the description as well. So that is going to do it for showing you guys how to hook up and demo the WIM amp. Let's throw it into the studio now, where we can talk about how to buy your own. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to Supercar Street Racing, and we are here in the lovely Studio B. This is the second studio we have at Supercar Street Racing to go ahead and edit inside of the actual house. And today we have the WIM Amp Ultra and the WIM Sub Pro, both three guys. WIM reached out to us to see if we wanted to work with them, and of course, I love their products, so we did get both of these guys from them to review. And I'll tell you what, I love the WIM Amp Ultra as much as I love the WIM Ultra. It's the same exact box, but it has 2 channels for 100 watts of audio on a stereo pair there, and also subwoofer outputs. It does have all the same streaming capabilities. It has a RCA input jack, optical input jack, HDMI ARC input, and has a network jack as well, or does Wi-Fi. That is the WIM Amp Ultra with voice remote. Very cool product. I was super hyped about it. And they also sent us a WIM Sub Pro, an 8-inch 250 watt subwoofer that can work in a variety of configurations. You can feed it LFE in, you can do Ethernet, you can do Wi-Fi, and it's so cool because I put it right over in the middle of the room with no wiring whatsoever except for power, and the thing just absolutely rocks, and it hooks up wirelessly to any of your WIM devices. If you want to join it to your WIM, you can connect it to any of your devices. I connected it to my whole home audio system here, where I have a separate amplifier and it powers audio for the whole house. Now, there's going to be a link in the description to both of these guys. Please support Supercar Street Racing by buying all your product through our affiliate links. Like and subscribe, and please keep up with the channel on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok. All that's going to be down in the description as well. Please help us out. Please help us out by buying everything through our official affiliate link. And it is football Sunday. We got to support the Jaguars, so we got to get out of here. We have to go watch football. I never have these in my house. So gnarly. Ugh. I gotta get it before it crawls under the fridge. Gross. Stoll left his garage open. Look at this guy. Garage wide open. Look what I got. Common key. Got some kind of YouTube star. Got him.
these nuts.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have a shipment for the golf cart, and this is a uncommon key for the golf cart. There are many reasons why you should get an uncommon key, especially if you don't want your golf cart stolen. You bring your golf cart anywhere into the public area, and literally anyone with a club car key can walk up to your cart and steal it. So today we got an uncommon key on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we are going to figure out one of the biggest issues with the club cart precedent, and that is all club cars come with a common key, and right here we have an uncommon key. And if we take a look at that, it comes with a new ignition switch and a new set of keys right here. So what we are going to be doing today, right here, right now, is installing this key on the club car. So we need to take out the existing ignition key that I put into the carbon fiber dash and install this key. We're going to do that right now, guys. Alright guys, so here we have the carbon fiber dash. Now I am still waiting for a new keycap for this. I might actually just refurbish this one and then cancel that order. But yeah, we need to pop this little thing out and then pop the ignition switch out. I do have some trim tools, but also a little screwdriver might be better for this. There's not much room to work here. But as you can see here, this little plastic cap, it was kind of hard to get on. And of course I just scratched it again. It's going to be harder to get off, but I'm going to wait till I get the ignition out because I don't want to mess it up any more than it already is. But yeah, this ignition is just kind of wedged, the dash I mean, is just kind of wedged in here for now. I got to take off this steering cover. No big deal, it just pops right off. So that is it. That's how you get out the dash. Now here is the ignition switch, clearly labeled from last time. The dash isn't very strong, so don't rip on the dash, it will break. There's a metal ring behind this. And then a little lock ring. So we need to undo the little lock on the back. Ah, the lock's on the front, I forgot. Yep, we're gonna have to get out that. We're gonna have to get this ring out off the front. Yeah, I don't want to scratch it up anymore. It already scratched. I'm going to end up painting it, I think. So I'm getting my trim tools out. One of them fell back in the battery compartment. It was kind of difficult to put this ring back on. I may end up breaking it. Yeah, it doesn't want to come out. I had a feeling this was going to be kind of hard. Ah, okay. I just turned the actual key switch and that I just turned it and it actually came out. So now what's left is the rings. Okay, the ring is out. And you can see it's kind of scratched up. I'm going to go ahead and hit it with some sandpaper and then paint it matte black. Where I have all my other stuff here. I'm just going to scuff it up pretty good, degloss it. And of course my lights went out. And my big lights aren't even on. Alright, I have a little sand block here. I'm going to go ahead and hit this with the sanding block. Try to get some of the scratches out of it. Got a big scratch right there. So I'm just scuffing it up really well, so the paint has something to stick to and get all the scratches out. But I think like hitting it with a couple of coats, it'll hide all the scratches. Ice cream man's coming. Okay. All right. Okay, we're going to take our sanded down plastic piece and hit it with our deglosser, which allows the paint to stick better, even though it didn't work very well on the cart with the Plastidip. This should let the paint stick. So here's rubbing it down with deglosser. I'll see if there's any deep scratches. I'll probably put 2 or 3 coats on it. But yeah, that looks good so far. Just remember, don't touch it with greasy hands after you degloss it. Okay, we are back over here with the new uncommon key switch. Taking a look at what's in the actual packaging, and it looks like we got a new retention nut, but we do need the ring off the back of the old ignition switch. This was actually part of the dash, so we have to take that off, and it has to align with the non-existent notch. The new one doesn't have a notch, so not sure how to line up this ring, but I'm going to try it. Try it facing up. This came with the new dash, so it's not part of the stock ignition system. It's so you can mount this to the carbon fiber dash. So new key has a flat spot there, old key has a notch. So I'm just going to look at, I'm actually going to try the key and see if to the right is going to turn the cart on. Here's the new key. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to line it up just like that with the flat spot up. I'm going to put the notch there. It doesn't stay on. There's nothing really to keep it on this guy. I don't know why the new one doesn't have this notch, but it doesn't. So now the question is which wire goes to which. Don't know what wire goes to which one. Guess we have to try it. Wow. Okay, well, maybe. Now, how do we know if the cart's on? Just try it. Yeah, I just kind of messed up. There's nothing to keep this ring on. Okay, I'm trying it. Nothing. Okay, that does nothing. Trying the opposite wiring. Okay, I heard something. Nothing works. Neither way works. What is happening? This doesn't do anything. Oh, maybe it's because it's plugged into the charger? I bet you that's it. Maybe I'm an idiot. Okay, yeah. I did not know that. Okay, so that works. You can't have the cart plugged into the charger and go anywhere. It has a smarter than me system. So I really would love to try to figure out how to secure this. It kind of stays in place, and also these don't stay in place. I might have to open these up a little bit, or I mean they're there. I don't know, they're not very tight. And they come off pretty easy, look. Because the bottom of this is small and the top is big. I don't know what they intended for that, but it's not a good secure connection. So I'm not sure if I should redo that or what. Or maybe try to open up the, or either heat shrink them. I mean, it's not going anywhere, honestly. So I guess I'll just leave it. All right, so we have a new nut. And all we have to do is put this through. Make sure it's straight, and then tighten the nut. The trick is getting the cap on. because there's no room to put the cap around. There's no room for the cap legs to go through the holes. The nut's in the way. It's a dumb design. So I'm just trying to put this. There's a cap thing right there. There's holes for the cap, but the nut gets in the way. Okay, why doesn't that screw on? Alright, so the nut doesn't screw on. It's just difficult. It's not impossible, it's just difficult. Okay, that was better. Okay, I know it's hard for you guys to see what I'm doing. I'm screwing on the nut. I mean, I guess I could, I don't think I have a socket that big. And I definitely would scratch the dash if I try to use pliers. Man, this sucks. Okay, that works pretty good. So my plan later is to come back with 12 volts from the back to power another USB thing that's a quick charger. But for right now, the problem with this cap thing is you have to fit it around there and the nut blocks it from pushing through. It's a really, really odd design. Kind of makes no sense. Alright, I hit this with the first coat of Plastidip, and it does not appear that it is running, but gonna give that about 15 minutes to dry and then throw another coat on. Alright guys, we got the uncommon key installed, and now we have our cap nice and Plastidipped, and we are going to see if we can install it. Last time I tried, I pushed on it and there was fingerprints all over it. So I Plastidipped it, and now it is ready to install, but I am having a hard time seeing. So I'm gonna turn the light on the camera and get right back to you. I want you guys to understand why this is frustrating. Look at that. So do you see the holes there? So that is where it has to mount. It has to go between those little, has to go between the nut, and the nut has to be just perfect in order to do that. So I'm gonna grab my pliers and go ahead and adjust this until I can maybe get it perfect. All right guys, the key is installed and I did get the cover on there and it looks fine. I'm gonna see if I can cancel my Buggy's unlimited order because that looks perfect. Guys, thanks for joining us today. Hope you enjoyed the channel and have a great day. We'll see you next time. Why? That's corn. Somewhere in there are cows. And we are in Mississippi today. And I'm going to show you guys my sister's unique house and some of the cool features of this place on Supercar Street Racing. Come along and check this out. Now you can tell already stepping on the porch of my sister's house that she has some unique things out here. Very unique taste in art and furniture, and she collects some really cool things. But I've spent some time on this porch playing guitar with the horn right across the street and the beautiful plants. And you can see here, this is just the beginning of some of the coolest things you'll probably see at a house. Now let's go inside. Hey dude! What are you doing, dude? All right, we step inside the house, and of course, there's some really cool, older, vintage pictures here. I don't know exactly what they are. That says Guadalupe, so that's Mexico. So yeah, some really interesting old photography here. And then of course we are from New Orleans, so down here we have some very cool Mardi Gras stuff there, and we have Bo the cat. And then moving up here, there's some very cool antique lamps here. A very old antique, it looks like an armoire, or I guess you would call it a dresser, more like, and not an armoire. And then on top of that, some vintage photography, and I don't know the significance of this, probably isn't one. The cat is trying to open the door. You're not getting out, dude. Some interesting palm leaves here, a candle, and then some shawls adorning this, and some more old photography back here. But a very cool old dresser here as you enter the front door, and some older looking ornate lights. And then on my right here, some pretty cool artwork. As you can see, it's multi-leveled. Might be hard to tell on camera, but this is levels of paper or some kind of material. This is one of my friend's artwork, Andre. So he painted this of a local artist. Okay, so my sister is really into Day of the Dead stuff. So you're gonna see a lot of skulls and things related to Day of the Dead. And up here, we do have a cool picture. Looks like painted by Anthony Hart, and then a picture of my sis and her boyfriend there. And then down to some interesting artwork here. There's a diver's bell here. There is some kind of old, I think that's a trombone. There's an old cigar, a Puerto Rico tiny ukulele there, and then knickknacks on the top. And to the left of that, a old vintage microphone with some Mardi Gras beads, and an old, looks like a Mardi Gras trumpet, honestly, is what I think it is. And then a cool old piece of furniture underneath this. Looks like it's just like some sort of chest, and that is part of the living room there. Now let's move over. And this guitar is Paul Thorne. It has tickets on it, and it's autographed, and that is pretty cool. If you guys haven't heard Paul Thorne, go ahead and check him out. And there is his Catfish Alley poster, and then a picture of him and my sister, and some other Paul Thorne stuff here, and then cool little poster here, artwork by Paul Thorne. It is signed by him. And then a lanyard from his concert, and some other cool rock and roll related. Maybe he played in Clarksdale at the Deep Blues Festival. And then down here, there's some Eddie Hodges stuff. Looks like an Eddie Hodges record autographed, and a old resonator guitar, which I have played this several times. It's kind of interesting to play. Some kind of, looks like a ray, manta ray or stingray skeleton there. And then we've got an interesting little table right here as well. On this table, there's a bunch of knickknacks, a bunch of automobile-related stuff, some airplanes and stuff like that, some more Day of the Dead, picture of my sister's boyfriend with the president, and just a lot of cool little knickknacks. And then some art up top, looks like Mary art. Down below, a dog and a suitcase and some old antique, looks like antique buckets and an antique suitcase right there, suitcase. And then some walking sticks over here to round out this wall of coolness. Okay, over here on the side by the antique fireplace, you can see some more cross-related art. She really likes crosses and the Day of the Dead stuff. And an antique piece of furniture down there. An old antique chair, so a vase, an old phone here. Some really cool artwork, some more religious artwork. more cat interference. And then up here we've got a nice big painting, and on top of the mantle a bunch of cool crosses and candles. And then down here in front of the fireplace, a bunch of cool little candles on a metal antique table. Very cool. Some more religious artwork there. Another cross here, which is pretty cool. You guys can see that. And more candles. And some more art in the corner here. There's a corner shelf with some interesting things on it. A few little knickknacks here and there. Some more crosses on the wall. And then over here in the window, there is a case full of antique cars. A Buddha here. Another old piece of furniture with a cool candelabra thing in front of it. And another really old antique chair there with a chandelier above the window. And then this ornate piece of iron here with some things hanging on it. And this couch with these nice pillows. You can see this really old cool suitcase here. An antique book on top. And then here is a signed Meatloaf autographed microphone, a cool Eminem dude with a saxophone, and then an Elvis. And you know, we just visited the birthplace of Elvis yesterday, and there's Elvis with his microphone chilling on top of this old piece of furniture here. And then another old table with some things inside the top, and a skull on top with a Mardi Gras hat of some kind, it looks like. Side, there is a pretty cool piece of artwork up here, a bunch of candles, a bunch of old dishes, antique dishes, all the way down this, I guess you call it an armoire or a cabinet of some kind. And then on this side, some really cool, colorful curtains, another Day of the Dead type skull, old bowling pins too, which is very cool. And then in the corner, on the corner shelf, miscellaneous, looks like a glass skull from the Skull vodka. Really cool artwork here. Really cool antique tables. Another pretty cool hanging mirror with some, and she's also a cat lover, if you couldn't tell. The cat's staring at Patricia. And then this, another cool little skull. And these hanging cat ornaments are awesome. Look, these are cool. And then rounding out her cool living room, she has some more neat artwork right here. And then, of course, more cats right there. And an awesome shelf. I like this piece of art here. It says odd on it, and it's got the little Barbie doll head. More religious stuff there. And then all the way down the shelf here, some interesting books. And a really old vintage guitar here with some signatures on it. Okay, in the kitchen here, you can see some really cool antique stuff here, a dulcimer, some artwork up there, a neat old phone, and then of course a bunch of skulls and random. There's a llama here for your mama, and then grouper legs. We're in the foyer area, and this whole foyer has a lot of cool things in it related to rock and roll and some cool artwork. Bunch of wine bottles, really old wine bottles, and then up there, signed guitars. They are Charlie Daniels, ZZ Top, Glenn Campbell, Eddie Hodges, B.B. King, and the Greg Allman signed guitar, all up above the door here, along with some old glass vases, old wagon wheel. Up there, there's a Christopher Cross signed guitar and some Elton John artwork down here on the side. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. Top of the steps here, some more. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. And more music related stuff. And that is a Vince Gill signed guitar right there. And let's take it on upstairs where there's some really interesting artwork. A couple of signed guitars right here, along with a cool metal guitar guy and a bookshelf. And then an old music stand. Right here we got this rock and roll guy that used to be a suit of armor. Now he's all dressed up for Mardi Gras, and he's got his rock and roll record. Some old books over there. A really cool old guitar with a bunch of stickers on it. Just some more random cross artwork. And then of course this cool doll, which is so fascinating. It's like a doll in a wheelchair. This is what happened to baby Jane. I like it. I think it's awesome. And then here in the chair, nice old metal chair with an old helmet in it and another skull. Really cool old door with a voodoo thing on it, and of course more cats. And I love the horse decoration here. This is 11 Spoonfuls signed guitar here. This one is Reba, James Taylor here, and then next to my mess over here, because we have taken over the upstairs. We love this thing. It's like a frog body with a doll head with a foot in the mouth. It's so cool. Over here, Star Wars memorabilia, drums over here, an alligator head, some cool books and dolls, Curious George stuff, Snoopy stuff. And again, I've taken over this area with my suitcase, but very cool mirrors and a shelf here with different types of kind of Day of the Dead stuff. Interesting artwork here. The top here, that reminds me of The Oldest View. If you don't watch Kane Pixels, you should watch The Oldest View. He is very talented. And then interesting baby head inside of a thing. And then again, we took over a lot of this area, so it is messy because we have a blow-up bed chilling in the back here. I thought this probably makes interesting lighting. And then below it, there's a candelabra here with some cool old candles with the fleur-de-lis, because we are from New Orleans. And some interesting artwork here, an old telephone, some art. Same over here, some art there. Some more art up here above on the wall with the disco ball making interesting light in the background. Okay, going out into the backyard of my sister's house is kind of where craziest backyard happens. This is one of the most tropical backyards I've ever seen. Take a look around here at my sister's backyard. She has this place all decked out with flowers and plants of all kind. Beautiful flower beds and the pool. Every square inch of the backyard has some kind of cool flower, plant, or art. And we actually are going to be installing some LED curtain lights out here today. Moving to what we came here for, she does have a pool here with plants all the way around it. You can see how beautiful it is. They take care of this with a lot of attention and care, and it's a lot of work to get these things taken care of and watered every day. It's an oasis back here. Check out this array of plants, flowers, trees. It even goes all the way back here. There's a big space back here, and they have the banana plants. Every flower you can think of, and then this beautiful pool here. Artwork, that one is missing its head, but still. And so yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little insight into one of the coolest places I've been to. One of the most beautiful backyards I've seen, and this is in Mississippi. Check out that, guys. Just amazing. And I hope you guys enjoyed this, enjoyed to look into this beautiful house, beautiful backyard. And we'll see you guys again soon. Thanks for joining us. Like, subscribe, please. All right, yo, I took so much flack for Dude Grabs a Hot Pot, but actually this guitar was already destroyed. We had one bad take where I thought they were recording and they weren't, so this was already destroyed. And here is Dude Grabs a Hot Pot Aftermath. I can't figure out for the life of me what's missing from this closet. Oh yeah, we need to put a subwoofer in here. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad is here on a beautiful Monday in Northeast Florida, and we need to get this Sony subwoofer installed today, and we're going to put that thing right down there by where we have power. So our goal today is pretty simple. This guy has a section on the back for speaker level inputs. We're going to go ahead and get up in the attic, drill a hole in that cap, stick a hole in the side of the wall here, and go ahead and hook up this Sony subwoofer. So let's go ahead and get that sub down now and take a look at it. We are behind the Sony active subwoofer right now. I don't know how old this is, but it looks to be a little bit old. I did pick it up at a thrift store, and you can see inside it has a nice size heat sink down in there. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. But here on the back we can see we have both inputs and outputs. Now what that is for is so that you can come into the subwoofer and there is a crossover built in, and you can feed your speakers like the ones up here in the ceiling with the crossover output. However, we are not doing that. We are going to be giving these guys up here the same feed as they had before, and this guy will just come off of those to go ahead and provide input to the Sony subwoofer. Now on the back here, they also do have a level control. They have a subwoofer cutoff frequency. Now what that is that is the crossover level. Okay, we just did look this up on Crutchfield, and this is a 10-inch powered sub with 60 watts at 1% THD, 100 watts at 10% THD, and it has a frequency response of 78 to 200 hertz. So this is a 10-inch powered subwoofer. I just wanted to discuss with you guys, when you are putting speaker wires in and you have to run wires down a wall, if you are on an interior wall, there should not be any kind of problems drilling a hole in the cap with a paddle bit and just dropping straight down with your wiring. Now, if it is an external wall, like the one in the bathroom going out to the garage, it could have insulation in it, which would make your job more difficult. And it could also have fire breaks, and those are studs that go left to right in the wall to prevent fire from breaking out as fast. So this wall here has no insulation whatsoever, and we are super lucky because it is literally right next to the attic. All I have to do is jump right up there with my drill and look for where the wire comes down to the other side of the wall for the outlet, and just drill further past it, maybe like 3-4 inches past it with my big paddle bit, and that should be it. So our wiring run, just FYI, is going to go up that wall, and then it's going to come right over here to this speaker at the top and that speaker. So I'm hoping I have enough wire. I'm going to bring extra up there with me in case I have to splice, but I'm kind of using old wire for this, and I will bring some electrical tape. So I'm going to bring my wire strippers up there with me and a pair of scissors and just have that handy. But it is easy to get up and down on here because it is so close to where we're going. So let's get everything prepped up to get up in the attic, which is going to be a lot nicer now because my attic is spray foamed. It should not be 1,000 degrees like it used to be. Okay, we did prep our wire for going up in the attic. This simply gets it so it can just go straight down the hole, and then all we have to do is drop the wire all the way down and pull it out of the hole. Now let's go check out our supply of wall boxes and see if we have anything to use to cut into the wall. I actually found that I had bought an extra one last time, so I have the box and the little cover plate that the wires can just pull right through that has the little brush on it. So we are good to go to have everything to do for this project. This is the brushed part where the wires come through, cover plate, and actual box that we have to trace and cut out with a drywall knife. Okay, we're right on the wall now where we are going to be installing our new wall plate. And I measured on the other side of the wall 35 inches to the wall box. Okay, now I really measured it. It's 49 inches from the side of my dining room wall, which is going to put it way, and it's going to put it right about there. Hopefully I can come in right here. That's my goal, is to not hit anything on the other side and also be the same distance to the center of the outlet, which is 14.5 is the center. 14.5, and then we're just going to send it. I don't know what else to do. Hopefully my wire's in here. Now the way we do this, put our template up there, level it out, and then mark it. We went ahead and got our wire pulled through, and now all we have to do is take our brush plate and poke the wires through the center of it because it goes on last. But we need to get got my impact now, so we can go ahead and put the swap plate in. So this is the kind with the flaps that open. All done. Now we should be able to pop a battery on these and pop my speakers to test the wiring. Let's see. All right, let's grab a battery. 9-volt battery right here to test. We should hear it in the speakers right now. There's one and the other. Both of these work. Doesn't matter which is left or right. This is a mono system when you're using a sub, so you can Connect it to anything you want. In is the back ones. Positive is always stripe, remember that. And if you don't hook it up right, it'll be out of phase. All right, it is connected. Power is on. Go ahead and plug it in. I wish it was lower now so you didn't see the wall plate. Go ahead and get this thing connected all up. This wire behind here. If we wanted to, we could slide over my shoe rack to hide it more. And we see the power light on. All right, there should be no copyright music playing right here. And it does hit pretty darn good for a 10-inch Sony sub. And this is designed to add some bass fill back around the bathroom area where I have speakers in the ceiling. And it'll also help out the entire house. But that is going to do it for this project. And I hope you guys enjoyed yet another subwoofer build inside of the house. 8 total subs with 6 being connected to the main house audio system. And we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to the videos. And I'll put a couple of good subs in the description for you from Amazon. Go ahead and grab those. Click through my links. It helps us out so much. We can do more projects like this, more fun things with you guys. We'll see you next time.
Recording started. Recording started. Recording started. Recording started.
Guys, back in the Supercar Street Racing Garage, you're starting a very ambitious project in here. Guys, part one of the garage remodel project is done, and it came out amazing. Yes, there are some little dots on the ceiling. You can see through the paint, but I painted on this for hours and hours, so it will have to be touched up at some other point. But I have put the paint away for the day. I've been painting since about 4 a.m. and it is now 3 in the afternoon. We painted everything black. The walls are black, the ceiling is black, and then what we will do next is we're going to paint a red stripe right across the top there, which ends right at the black right there. It's going to go as wide as that bulkhead right there. Now what we need to do is get this place cleaned up and get the car back in. And I have already decided to keep this garage as clean of a look as possible, so I'm going to move as much as I can out to the shed and clean up this place massively. Now let's get to work and get this place clean. So right here, I'm basically just preparing to reorganize the garage. I had a plan to just get my toolbox all in shape and get my cabinets all in shape and try to move as much stuff from the toolbox and the walls up into the cabinets and just get some reorganization going. right, guys, in this section of the video, all I'm doing right here is just starting on reorganizing my toolbox. Basically, everything in there gets messed up over time as you just do a lot of projects. You know how that goes. So this part of the video is me reorganizing my toolbox and moving things up to the cabinet above there. Now you can also see here in the upper right hand corner of the screen, and I'll zoom in here, that I have already started labeling and organizing the cabinets above the washer and dryer. All right, we are back in the garage, and I just wanted to give you guys a full tour of what happened in this video. So basically, this whole video today was to get my tools and my cabinets up here reorganized. So what we did from the very start was we took every bit of the tools out of this toolbox, put them all out, laid them out all nicely, figured out how we were going to reorganize the toolbox. And then what we did is we went ahead and moved things into the appropriate drawers. And for example, like on the front of this, you can see that this is screwdrivers, vice grips, and files and things like that. It's just kind of an overview of what is actually in the top. And you can see I have all my files there, my chisels, my small screwdrivers, my big screwdrivers, my vice grips, and a whole bag here of Allen wrenches. And I have it kind of labeled right there for the next drawer, which is Allen wrenches, measuring tape, wrenches, and sockets. Actually, this is for the top drawer. This is for this drawer. So it's a little bit different. There's not room to put anything right there. So this is for the top, this is for the top, and then this is for the second drawer. And so we have all of our wrenches and sockets in this drawer all organized really nice and laid out pretty cool. And moving on to the next drawer, we have the pliers in here. So anything to do with pliers, electrical pliers, those big vice grips and anything goes in this drawer. And my wire strippers are somewhere else now, but they were in this drawer. I moved them out because it was too crowded. You can see right there, there's just too much going on. And in the next drawer, we got the electrical and the stud finder. All the electrical stuff is there, including the strippers, the crimp tool, my meter tester, my electrical tape and solder and things like that, and my stud finder. It's all labeled pretty nice right there. And the bottom drawer, looks like our label is coming off, but this is where I keep all my miscellaneous screws and nails. I also have my laser level, my label maker, my drywall saw, and a few other little things in there. And now moving up to the cabinets, this is where I needed a lot of work. Over the years, things just get messy in there, and I wanted to redo this whole thing and get as much off of that wall as I could because I had everything on pegs there. So I reorganized everything really nice up in this cabinet. So you can see right here, right now, we got like all our switches and wall plates are right there. Our electrical boxes are right up here. We've got smart devices. There aren't any in there right now, but I know I'll be using that. We've got LED bulbs and landscape lights right there. Anything to do with fasteners and screws, electrical connectors, and drywall anchors, all labeled out really nicely and sitting so fly in this cabinet. On top of this cabinet, I have storage. So I just put some old boxes from various things that I wanted to save above. And then also up there, well, oops, I turned on the washing machine. Also up there is the, for the garage, the amplifier and the subwoofer for the garage. And now on this side of the cabinet is where we have more heavy tools. So we have our jigsaw, our heat gun, our levels, our Dremel, and anything to do with drilling and screwing, I put right up there. You can see that looks so nice. And then my drill and my impactor right there, and my wire drill behind that. Cutting accessories here like saw blades and all that. And then of course, when I put these cabinets up, I hung power in the back, and all my charging for my DeWalt stuff is sitting right there. So nice. And guys, that is going to do it for part 2 of the garage remodel. We'll be back with part 3 very, very soon. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Supercar street racing. I was so excited to show you guys these carbon fiber seat rails, and then this happened. All right, ready to go.
Go, Bakery. Go, Bakery. Go, Bakery. Go, Bakery.
Is this your are you a cheerleader?
Why wouldn't I?
Are you trying to be a cheerleader?
Well, I am a cheerleader.
Oh, you are one. You're not trying to be one.
Do you? Do the gritty. Back.
Okay, guys, it is the next day, and they have shipped me out a brand new set of seat rail covers, and here they are, right out of the box, looking much better than the last set. And actually, the last set also had a defect on the small rail, very small, but you could still see it. So basically, in order to install these, you have some 3M double-sided tape there. So what we will want to do is prep the seat rails first with some brake clean, and then peel off these and push them on the cart. So let's go do that now. Let's go prep the seat rails for the carbon fiber seat rail cover install. All right, here is the first rail. We got our brake cleaner right here. Put it on a rag. And just wiping off whatever possible dressing or anything else that could be on there. That's simple. Now we have our carbon fiber seat rail covers here. And this one goes on like this. Just like that. It kind of clicks on, so let's get the 3M tape off if we can. Kind of difficult. Boy, that's really tough to get. Dang, that is really hard. That's what she said. So difficult these days. Okay, I'm going to use some needle nose pliers here because I can't reach in there. I can't even use needle nose pliers. Oh, and the lights went. Okay, guys, this thing is being there we go. I'm not going to peel it all the way off. But it is hard to get off. I mean, like, really hard. I have a little bit of fingernails. Doesn't help that these are trashed. This is absolutely ridiculous. One more. Why don't they have the ones that split down the middle? Alright, that one was a little easier. Alright, now we've got the sticky tape off, finally. Oh man, that sucked. So we are just going to pop this on there and push it. And hold it. Keep some pressure on it for a minute. So it does not cover all the way over the seat rail. And it is all the way on. It does not cover the whole rail. And it's pushed all the way on. Huh. This side is a little bit gnarled up too. So yeah, so that's what it looks like installed. It does not cover the whole plastic. So if you're expecting it to, too bad. It's not wide enough to cover the seat. All right, round two of trying to peel off sticky tape. Oh man, this stuff is gonna drive me insane. You guys see how hard this is to get off? It is literally kicking my butt. Okay, I got one edge up out of 3. Please somebody tell me I'm doing this wrong. I got 2 out of 3 edges. Oh, that one was forgiving to me. Okay, here goes the other one. Again, it doesn't cover the whole seat rail. So, you can see right here on the inside, it does not cover the whole rail, which is kind of disappointing. But they are there. So yeah, overall, they're okay, but that, you see that? It doesn't cover most of the rail. Does on top, but not on bottom. All they had to do was make that a little bit wider. Hey guys, welcome back, and I wanted to just go over with you guys my Amazon shopping cart here for the upcoming audio install on the cart. And starting at the top of the list here in the shopping cart, we have the Invertec 500 watt power inverter. Now what this is going to do is going to allow me to actually hardwire a AC from DC to AC converter into the cart, and then have outlets available to plug in standard 110 volt items. And what I'll end up doing is probably mounting a actual house receptacle, like ones in the walls, on the actual cart, and run the power from these plugs here. So that is part of the list. Next up on the list, we have polyfill. Now this is actually for the inside of the speaker enclosure, and this dampens the speaker enclosure, and it's also going to go in the dash behind the 6.5-inch component speakers. Next, we have some Velcro here for holding various things on, like the Bluetooth adapter I'm going to be using to feed the amplifier, and I will show you that Bluetooth adapter separately. I already own it, so it's not in my shopping cart at this point. Probably don't need this anymore because the inverter has a USB outlet on it, but this was going to be to power the Bluetooth adapter for receiving Bluetooth audio from the tablet in the cart. So what this is for is these two RCA splitters connect to the output of the, I'll just go ahead and show you the Bluetooth adapter. So Bluetooth adapter, and it's actually this one. Now if you notice here, it's got RCA outputs. We're feeding both a front channel full range, and we're going to feed a subwoofer input as well. So we're going to come off of this Bluetooth adapter with these Y adapters here and feed the inputs to the amplifier, one set to the front channel, one set to the subwoofer channels. Here we have some crimping tool with some heat shrink connectors. I will need plenty of those for the power connections to 12 volts. Now these are terminal blocks for distributing power. Once we go from 48 volts, which the golf cart batteries produce, and we drop that down to 12 volts for all of our equipment in the cart, we will want a place to connect power and ground, and that's what all of these are for. This will connect to the output of the 12 volt down converter, so to speak. Voltage reducer is what it's actually called. Now we have our front speakers. These are the Infinity Reference 6530CX, and they look like this. These will go in the front on the dash, in the speaker pods on the dash, and they have little tweeters here that I'm going to attempt to flush mount if I can find someplace big enough to put them. If not, they will surface mount somewhere. Let's hope. I haven't taken a good look at the dash, but we should have enough area available. Now we have our box. So this box is actually going to fit in the back of the golf cart between, so where people sit in the back and hang their feet down, there is there's a spot there for just storage, and this seems to fit perfectly. It will just hang over a couple of inches, but that's okay. It's not going to get in the way of anything. It'll hang over towards the back of the cart, but it won't get in people's way. It's going to hold a single 12-inch woofer, and we will stuff that with polyfill that I showed you earlier. Here we have our woofer. This is the SCAR Audio, and this is a dual 4 ohm voice coil woofer, so meaning it has 2 voice coils. You can see 1 voice coil there, 1 voice coil there. Those are 4 ohms. When you parallel these 2 voice coils, you get a 2 ohm load on the amplifier, and that is what we want. We have a mono channel on the amplifier, so we're going to load it with 2 ohms, which it is safe at 2 ohms. Here is our voltage reducer. This is going to take our 48 volts from the golf cart batteries, and it is going to produce 12 volts. And the only bad thing about these are they are not switched, so I am using a master on-off switch, which is in the list somewhere. Here is a good collection of wire connectors for connecting to the battery. So they have the copper connectors, and they have the heat shrink tubing to go over them, and then you crimp the end on or solder it in. I don't have a torch to be soldering, so I will most likely crimp and then heat shrink the ends on. Here's our battery disconnect switch. I'm going to use this from the output of the 48 volt to 12 volt reducer. I'm going to be able to switch off our 12 volt accessories with this one switch. So this will actually go before the 12 volt reducer, and we'll switch off 48 volts into the 48 volt to 12 volt reducer. Then out of the reducer we'll feed our terminals here. This is just cable loom, so this will dress up all the cabling and make it look really nice. So we have 2 sets of those here, one 1 inch wide and 1/2 inch wide. I'm not sure if that will work, but that is what we have now. So that's a look at what is being ordered tomorrow, and then we will start on the audio part of the golf cart. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope to see you next time. And if you enjoyed this, please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. Florida life. All right, guys, we are out front of the Supercar Street Racing compound, and forgive me, I am sick right now, but I wanted to show you guys these old plastic plants that we put in from IKEA about 2 years ago. That's how far they made it. The wind basically took every bit of them apart. You can see that there's hardly anything left here to these old plastic plants. We got one on each side now, though this one's doing a little bit better, but it is still also missing some leaves, but it still looks presentable. But these guys right here have to be replaced. So we have something inside, I think, that will be perfect for this. Let's take a walk inside the compound. It's hot out here today, by the way. Let's take a walk inside the compound and go see what we have on the table that might be able to help us out with this problem of Florida life. Guys, we are interrupting this program for a message from Priority Chef. Now, Priority Chef did contact us a few weeks ago and asked us to go ahead and take a look at their 6-piece mixing bowl set. They did send me a set of these and they are absolutely awesome. I love them. I'm gonna go ahead and give them to Trish across the street so she can make some awesome dishes with them. But just so you know, this is a 6-piece large mixing bowl set. It does come with lids, non-slip bases, and it does have 3 graters that go right on top to help you grate right into the bowl. Check it out, guys. Right in front of me here, you can see a variety of colors, including black, red, light blue, dark blue, gray. Just very cool that I think you can get a different color for your bowls if that's what matches your kitchen better. And check out the grater set down in the lower left here. That's also very cool. It's hard to find a bowl set with this in it. And another great thing about this is the different sizes that come with the set. You can see right here they have a 1, a 1.5 quart, a 2.1, a 3, a 4, and a 6 quart. You have a lot of options there when you're ready to start cooking. Check it out. You can mix and measure in the exact same bowl because there are etched measurements in the bowl that help you go ahead and put your ingredients in correctly. And these graters are so awesome. Look, you have a fine, a coarse, and a slicing grater. You stick those right on top of the bowl. You can get your ingredients and go ahead and put them directly in the bowl and mix it up right there. You don't have to do it in a separate bowl. Now, these guys are awesome for tossing salad, mixing ingredients, serving your dishes. You can bring them right out to the table and serve all your guests there. They have food storage as well since they have lids. You can prep your ingredients right in the bowl, and they're great for marinating stuff to cook later. These are also very easy to clean. Stick them on the top rack of your dishwasher. Let the dishwasher do all the work so you can enjoy the food later. And of course, this is a good choice versus other products because it is a silicone base to stop the scratches. Other products are metal, they'll scratch your worktop. These have an inner measurement scale. Others do not have that. That's a great plus to have. These guys have airtight lids. Other cheaper ones have no lids at all, or their lids don't fit properly. Guys, go ahead and go in the description. Check out the official link from Priority Chef. It will be a Levanta link. If you click that, it will take you to Amazon. We'll get a few dollars from this. It'll help us out. It'll help them out as well. And thank you for supporting the channel. Now let's get back to the video. Getting hot in Jacksonville. It's 84 degrees today, and I apologize for my voice. I am sick today. So sitting on the table right here, we do have a nice box that might be able to help us with what we have going on outside. This says a VESA on it. I don't know what it is yet. We got to open it to find out. Let's get this box opened up. We have the patented SCSR knife here to go ahead and break into this package provided from Amazon today, and took a little bit longer to get this because of what it is. So it took about 5 days to get. You know how some of the packages are. You can't always get everything overnight. Can't always get what you want, but if you try sometime, you get this. Do I have to build this thing? All right, well, inside the box we have a couple of palms. These are artificial palm trees to replace the ones out there, and apparently I have to build them. Apparently inside of the box we have palm fronds, another set. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay, so it says, the instructions right here just say to take the other ones and put them on this. It's got a pot already. All right, so basically what this is an artificial palm, and it comes with extra that you have to put on yourself. It does come in a little flower pot. We'll go ahead and get both of these guys unboxed. We don't need this where we're going anyway. So the first step is to pull off the plastic condom. This is the same size that I used on your mom. And the instructions do simply say, in not so great terms, that you take your other, these are also tied together. Let's get the scissors, that might be easier. There are some palms tied together right here with a little piece of thingy. And you simply just separate them like that. And then you take your extra palm fronds and you place them directly on the tree. They are also tied together right here. These guys are tied together. They do simply just untie like a, now I want you to insert these directly into that. There is a hole in each one of these. Oh, that one did not go in easy. Okay, that one did not go easy. It had some extra plastic on it, giving it a hard time. Let's see if it'll go in now. That's better. I trimmed the plastic off the leaf and it went in a little better. All right, there's 2 more. What happened on that one, there was some extra plastic right here and it was keeping it from going in. You might have to do that also on yours. It's right here at the very bottom. That one went in easy. Yeah, it says to bend them. It says to bend them on the instructions. So once you get them where you want them, you can go ahead and bend them into place. These bottom parts bend. I'll do that outside. Let's go ahead and get this one built first. That one was hard to get in. That's what she said.
That's what she said.
Michael.
This one was not hard to get in and it will come out very easy. Yep, that worked. I stuffed a little bit of this tape in there. That made it go in a little bit harder. So let's get some shoes on and get these guys out the door. Peeing. They both peed. All right, guys, we did get the new plants put out here. All you have to do at that point is go ahead and bend them whichever direction you want. So if you want them to be shaped a certain way, you just grab the root here and you just kind of look at the base of the stalk and you just kind of bend it and it should stay. And then you can bend these to whatever shape you like. See how they just kind of stay where you're going? And then once you get those shaped out how you like, should be good to go. They look awesome. This one I never kind of fanned out. So if you just kind of bend them, they will stay in that position. And if you don't know how, get somebody who does to help you out. Just like that. And we do have 2 plants ready to rock. Ladies and gentlemen, we're so happy to see you once again in Studio B. We are recording from Studio B right now. You can see Supercar Street Racing right behind us playing on the television right there while we do a live show for you guys right here on this video. And today you can see we finally replaced our old blown apart artificial trees that were in the front yard. Now what happens to these guys is basically Florida is relentless. The wind, the rain, the humidity is relentless. Anything outside of your house is going to have to be replaced in 2 to 3 years, no matter what. It's just a thing. You always buy warranties if you can on anything that's going to be outside. Everything wears out, including the furniture. It's just a way of life in sunny, hot, humid Florida. Now these trees were in the backyard on my patio. They sat there for a while, but when I built the front patio, if you go back and check that video, I moved them from the back to the front, and I will get some more for the back patio so that it also looks fly, because these are awesome. And they make so many different kinds of trees and plants here. I want to show you a few of them. Now these are the 5-foot artificial palms right here. They are $118. They also have this bird of paradise right here. They have the cedar topiary in both 3 and 4 foot versions. They also have these 5-foot cedar topiaries, and they are quite expensive, $269 for 2. Make sure that's what you want. I think I might buy those for the garage, right on each side when you come up into the driveway, right against the garage. Now this is a artificial Dracania. Looks pretty cool. It is 4 feet tall. It's $64. And right here, a cool artificial eucalyptus tree. I think that might look cool somewhere in the back around the pool area. Here is a 6-foot ficus for $114 also. Here's a Monstera deliciosa plant, 4.5 feet tall, faux Swiss cheese floor plant. Here's an artificial olive tree for only $79. And there's the 5-foot artificial palm trees back again. Now these guys are sitting at a solid 4.5 star reviews. I love the way the palm trees came out. You do have to go ahead and shape them the way you like them, when you get them, you'll take them and actually bend the bottom so that you get a nice natural looking plant wherever you want it. Now I'm gonna go ahead and order a bunch more of these. I think I'm gonna spend about $1,000 on artificial trees. I'm gonna put them throughout the property. I just think they add such a cool touch and they are zero maintenance for you. Ladies and gentlemen of Supercar Street Racing, there will be an official link down in the description. It's going to have a link for any of these trees you want. It doesn't have to be the exact one that I bought. If you click on mine and then you click on any of these other trees, you can buy those and I still get a few dollars to support the channel. And they look so good out on the patio as you guys saw. We'll put a little video at the end of this to show you what they look like. And thank you so much for 144,161 subscribers as we're creating this video. I couldn't do it without you guys. You are so awesome to subscribe and like all the videos. Now I got to get out of here. I got to order these plants and figure out where to put them. You guys thought we were all done having fun. I thought the video was over. I already edited it, I uploaded it, and then this showed up. Let's go ahead and see what we have inside of this wonderful, wonderful box here. Ah, more plants. So I told you guys I was gonna order some more. I ended up ordering 2 for the front of the garage to give some greenery. So we need something at least 6.5 inches. So let's make a trip to Ace, see what they got. Okay, we did go to the hardware store, and as you can see, we found 2 nice little white pots for these. I'm hoping these don't blow over and break. They are kind of heavy, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a chance on these 2 right here. And I feel like right here next to this light, or either right in front of the light, just a little bit. Oh, these are definitely gonna fall over. I might have to put a brick behind there. All right guys, I got my plants in place. That's kind of what it came out like. Forgive the garage door, it does need to be cleaned off, but I guess it looks okay until it blows over and breaks the pots, at which point I'll figure something else out. For now, that's what we got. As soon as the wind blows, that's gonna definitely blow over. That's it guys. We'll see you on the next one. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. And today we got this gift from Greg and Danielle. And this gift from Greg and Danielle. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have this little project which should be fun. I'm pretty hyped. It's a HP all-in-one PC, and it says some model number back there that I can't, H3, H4, I can't read it, but we're gonna get this thing all cleaned up today, get it torn apart, max out the RAM, max out the CPU, max out the solid state drive by replacing the regular spindle drive. My thoughts are all over the place right now, sorry. Yeah, we'll rip out the regular spindle drive, we'll put in a solid state drive, rebuild this thing, put Windows 11 in there, and see what we can do. But for now, the first step is cleaning this mess up. All right, I found a solid state drive, and so we are going to be replacing this drive in this computer, and I have no idea how to do it. So we're just gonna go for it here, people. So I have a towel here for protection. Always use protection. And let's clear the table off of all this other garbage. So first thing first, we are going to replace this drive. And there are a number of screwages. So I'm going to grab my little lithium-ion screwdriver. We got our Kingston SSD now, 120 gigabyte drive going in here, and I don't know really how we will secure it, so let me figure out if I've got some double-sided tape for this. Okay, I decided just to do a little hot glue action here, just letting my glue gun warm up here, and then all we have to do is put some hot glue here and just hot glue that boy right there, that hot boy. So I'm really curious about the RAM in here. This is some kind of shield that doesn't need to be there. And if we can just eliminate this completely, we will. RAM. So there's little symbols here that say RAM. Ah, here's the third one. That was it. Might have some RAM for this. Don't know. Could be maxed out. I didn't even check. I'll say screw it. Pull it, check later. Alright, it's got a single SODIMM. And I'm going to have to take a picture of this to see it. Yeah, this is an 8 gigabyte PC3 12800, and I do not have any other RAM for this. So I have nothing to replace this with. Okay, I'm pretty sure I wasn't that aggressive, but I had to bend the memory module clips back together to get the memory to seat correctly and get no beeps. But hey, if that's what you gotta do, that's what you gotta do. So it's probably going to reboot now, would be my thought. I'm going to go ahead and click restart. I don't know if I need to take the stick out, but I'm going to see if it'll boot off the drive this time. I'm assuming it will. That's what it's supposed to do. There it goes. Good morning, everybody. So we are back at it with the HP all-in-one, and we have an issue. That is, every 3 seconds or so, the video freezes up and the mouse freezes up. And did some research online, and apparently it's the graphics driver. I did try a solution that someone else suggested that worked for them, but it did not work for me, and that is an older version of the AMD driver for HP. So now I'm just researching, trying to figure out if this is going to be fixable or not. I'm going to have to back down to like a super old version of Windows or go to Linux or whatever. But for right now, I'm just kind of playing with different versions of AMD drivers, trying to see what I can do to get this working. I'm digging around on Reddit and I found graphics driver 17.4, I believe it was, and there is a good chance that that worked. Oh yeah, look at the smoothness. Heck yeah, I'm hyped. All right, now we can get some software installed on this beast. All right, a little status update on the PC. We got it all working now finally with the AMD Radeon drivers that we downloaded that I got off of Reddit. And now we are just waiting for the 8GB module to arrive later today, and we will give an update after that. All right, we got the memory module for the HP all-in-one right here, so we will be doing a little installation on that up next. All right, we're back here in front of the HP all-in-one. We got to take the back off again, and I forgot to shut it down. Let's go ahead and shut this thing down. And before we shut it down, we have 8GB of RAM. And right here we have, hopefully, another 8. Thing comes apart pretty easy. Really takes itself apart. And there is the extra RAM module spot right there. Let's get our RAM opened up. SP power RAM. And hopefully this will work with this board. If not, it will be returned. So it goes in this top slot. I was having a lot of problems with the other one. Interesting. That should be it. That easy. See if she'll boot up or if she gives the dreaded beeps or doesn't see the RAM. Power lights on. We have HP. I didn't see anything about memory. Maybe it just goes right to Windows. We will see. Let's see if we even have 16 gigabytes. We don't have video. We do now. Let's go to system information. $16 gigs of total RAM. Right here. Awesome. Let's open up Task Manager. This should be substantially faster. And we'll go up here to memory. $15.4 gigabytes, 16 gigabytes of DDR3 RAM right here, and 12.7 available, which means more disk cache, more memory for applications, and just all the way around better. Guys, I hope you enjoyed getting this PC back to life. This was fun. I really enjoyed hanging out with you guys once again. Please like and subscribe and buy all your products through my links. It helps me tremendously. We'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing.
Go. You do it, I do it.
You can't do it like him.
Do it.
He's so light. He's like, you don't even see anything. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God.
Autopilot. Full self-driving. This dude. What's in the cup? How am I doing? Candy. Water.
Now turn right.
Oh! Yes! This is you if you break in! Yes! All right.
Hey guys, how are you today? You got Brad here from Supercar Street Racing, and we have something exciting to show you guys that I'm so hyped about. We took a little road trip and got something cool for the channel, and it's sitting right here in front of me on the bed. Let's take a look how we went and got this cool thing, and then we'll show you exactly what we have. Hang out with us today. All right, we're about to head out. We bought a Canon R5C down in Winter Garden. So Joe just showed up.
what's up?
Are you ready to take the first road trip in the Tesla after 2 years?
Yeah.
You know that this car has never been anywhere near this amount of miles except when I bought it, right?
Well, will this one trip put more miles on it than you've done
Ever.
in the last 2
Ever,
years?
yeah. Ever. So we're all packed up and everything. We're going to head down to Winter Garden and we're going to stay in Sanford for the night and check out some of the cool Sanford spots. And all we have to do right now is pack up because I'd say about 11:30 we could hit the road, but we need to get all of our stuff packed and then figure out the trip.
So we have a spot there.
We have an Airbnb in Sanford. And so let's see. All right, let's get packed up. All right, we're leaving the house now, headed over to Joe's house, but we have a 2-hour and 15-minute drive to Winter Garden, which will be that's the furthest road trip. By the time we get back, it's the most miles in one trip for sure. Because the only thing I did was driving from Merritt Island. Yeah. So yeah, we're headed out right now. We're gonna go ahead and go by the bank first, and then get on 295. Hey man, this is fun, man. We never get to have fun like this. We'll have to charge if we go too crazy. No, we'll be fine. Is he rolling up on you? No. He sounds happy. Do it. All right, we are in Orlando. We just went to Bank of America and then over to Starbucks. We picked up the Canon R5C, 2 lenses, a bunch of accessories and everything like that. And now we are headed to the supercharger. So this car has only been supercharged once before, so we're going to see how long it takes. But anyway, yeah, we're going to go to the supercharger and then try to find some food close by where we are. Headed that way, dude. Let's do it. All right, we're at the charging station. We're supercharging. We already got 15% battery in like 10 minutes.
So it's quick.
And we're watching Supercar Street Racing on theater mode on the Tesla.
Yeah, man.
And we're eating Jack's Tender Bites while we charge. All right, we are driving down a random road, and there's a rocket launch happening right in front of us that we forgot about.
You can see this.
I don't know why we're dumb. We're literally in Orlando when the rocket goes up. Okay, we got to our Airbnb. Joe has the 110-volt charger. It gives you 1 mile per 30 hours worth of charging, but he's hyped. Oh my God, it fits. Touch the port. Plug it in. Let's see what happens. Let's go. It's charging. Look, it turned green. That means it's charging. All right, so all we have to do is charge this for 45 hours. I can't believe you even saw it. It says 17 hours. Look at that. We leave tomorrow. It's going to be at 100% when we leave. Come on, dude. Look at our Airbnb. All right, we got to give a tour. This is the porch. This is called the front porch. It's got fans, but nobody knows how to turn them on. What else do we got, dude?
Dude, complimentary waters.
We got a backyard? Oh, snap. There's a big backyard back there, dude. He's got 2 closets. That's good because he's in the closet. Wait, is my memory foam? Let's go. I'm out for the night. Dang, son. If I could turn this on, I would. Guys, we're back in Supercar Street Racing Studio A. This is also our office. This is where we do a lot of the editing right here beside me, and also our regular work is right behind me. But right now in front of me today, you saw what we did. We went down to Winter Garden. We had a nice little road trip in the Tesla, the first road trip ever, and the longest trip I ever did in the Tesla. And we picked up something cool that's sitting right here in front of me today. And I've been wanting this thing for over a year. I just have not been able to find the right one or pull the trigger on it, but I had a little bit of extra money from the channel and I bought this right here. Let's take a look at it. Okay guys, look right here what I have on the bed. This is my brand new Canon R5C. It's new to me at least, and I have been wanting the R5C for a really long time. At least 2 years I've been searching for an R5C with lenses and everything else for a good price. This one did come up in Winter Garden, Florida. I went ahead and zipped down there with Joe and we picked up this Canon R5C. And as you can see, the R5C has a lot of extra gadgets with it. It has a small rig cage around it, as you can see here. It's got the trigger pistol grips there. It has a manual focus control, which we are going to be removing. That is for doing movies where you follow somebody with the handle and you focus with this hand. I will not be needing that. It has an anamorphic 35mm lens with a 1.33 aspect ratio right there on the front. It does have a couple of the small rig batteries, and those are awesome for charging the camera up. They give you way more battery life than just the internal battery. What they do literally is hook up just like this to the camera, and they charge the internal battery, and the camera runs off the internal battery. So this is the R5C. This is a hybrid camera. It is one of the cinema cameras from Canon. It is made specifically for doing both video and photos, and it is a full frame camera, meaning it has a full frame